Are you ready?
Are you ready? Woo! Look at where I am. Today is 4/4/2020. Very significant code. Yes. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Never know what time it might come on, you know? It is 12:22. It is 12:22 a.m. in New York. I'm right now in New York State, in the country. Yes, I've been pulled by my higher self to come on here. Greetings, greetings. Let me see, make sure I can see and if you hear that music, it's the lioness on the rise. Gotta move the body. That's right, we're not copping out. Lioness on the rise. Don't have doubt about your power. Never say never, willingness forever to fight and be strong. Once it's for better, I'll write every letter and moving right along. And I'll roll with the punches. Rolling with the punches. And the power. Work with the formula, do what I have to. Give me one moment, wait for anybody else that comes on that's up at this time, at this hour. You've been looking for something to scroll on the TV or something that you're scrolling for to look at, to hear some positive messages, to get some info, whatever flows through. This was not planned. Yes. That's right. Greetings, Moon River. How art thou, lovely? Let me just get some information on here. So if anyone, greetings, Empress Daisy. That's right, Empress Daisy. Yes, today is 4/4/4/4 across the board. When I think of fours and fours and fours, that's like a universal alignment of power and presence. How do we bring all of this? Would you do live message? Yes, I will, honey. I'm trying to get the information in the box. So if anyone would like to get a channel message, I will do a channel message for you. I'll put the information in the box that you'll be able to donate a minimum of $22.22, and I will be leaving all the information in the description box. So how you can do the PayPal, Cash App, Venmo. Yes, but more so than anything else is that I'm going to allow myself to channel through the messages, because it's a powerful time right now. I thought I was going to do this later on, but I was like, nah. Spirit says, nope, you got to come on now. So we're going to first start out with moving the body, okay? So because I know that it's been a while, and who you've been connecting to before. If anyone doesn't know me, greetings, thank you. Thank you for the new subscribers. Thank you for those who left and came back. And thank you for understanding and for moving through your inner guidance and wisdom and allowing yourself to be open to receive. That's very important, is how much are you opening yourself to receive. So anyway, anyone who has not known me, when I channel energy, I channel energy on a daily basis. Dreams. Right now I'm feeling heat flowing through my body, so I can feel there's a lot of energy that's flowing through the female power, female, feminine. It's just everything's feminine. I just keep hearing how mother. Greetings, Jennifer. I just keep feeling the energy of mother coming through, pulsating through the earth and being honored, and she's clearing out all of the elements of everything that represents sickness, deformities, negative thinking, thoughts. So many transitions, so much things are shifting and moving through in cycles. The earthquakes, the power, rebirth, death, split of the earth, everything. So what Spirit wanted me to focus on today, especially, not only just to necessarily talk about what the 444 represents. You can look it up and see what 444 represents for you today and moving forward, because we're like in this element of, some of us are still in kindergarten, some may be at that stage where they're graduating from high school, college, bachelor's, PhD, all different levels of consciousness, and everything now is basically, even with what you do, greetings Wendy, is based on consciousness, where you are in consciousness, okay? How you're aligning yourself with consciousness and how you feel about whatever you're experiencing, whatever you are going through right now. So I want us to at least to send love and light to each and every one of you. Whatever is happening in your world, whatever you're experiencing, family, friends, those who are not well, those who are pushing through, those who are awakening even more to another level of consciousness, another level of wisdom. What's happening with your bodies? There's a lot of things happening with our bodies, a lot. I've been having dreams and stuff like that that's connecting to the collective consciousness, you know, a lot of stuff just pushing through with whatever anyone else is thinking and feeling, and that's where I've been just pulled into processing through my body. And I feel like as if it's so much more challenging for me to stay awake during the day, and I'm up at night and have all this energy, like as if this is my daytime, like I'm in another, you know, century somewhere. So anyway, yes, it is very intense, very, very intense. Okay, so you can hear in the background is Bob Marley, Iron Lion Zion. Feels like an energy of empowerment that is intermingled with the masculine and feminine, that is merged so much more in a greater, higher embodiment and resurrection of this consciousness, okay? And that's what I'm hearing right now, channeling through Bob Marley. Like a lion in Zion, yes. No one has to understand this power. It's for you to understand your power. It's for you to understand your inner light in what you are merging and shifting through and bringing through within yourself and your own sacred union and your own sacred space, okay? Very, very important. So there's so much messages. If anyone who's interested in a channel message or anything, feel free to look into the box. I will be, and if you have any general questions, I know there's some more questions and things that have been coming up, you know, that I had contact with some other divine feminists that are going through different experiences on their journey, changes, transformation with their paths, and trying to understand it and so on and so forth. So before I go into all of that, I've been guided, because I know there's a lot of information out there to do with what each one is going through experientially as far as the C virus, okay? So understand and know from what's shown to me that we're going through upgrades with our bodies, okay? And so everything that is moving in the direction of Aquarius, the new earth and everything, our bodies are having to acclimate, and it has to go through the process of energetically aligning with the changes that are happening with Mother Earth. And so that means that whatever parts of your body is still connected to the consciousness of what you have been experiencing in the past, and in connection to your families or anyone that you're connected to, it is having to process through that old energy, while at the same time it is moving into that higher aspect of itself. And so the part of your body that's connected to that new consciousness, this is the part of the Christ consciousness that is emerging even greater on earth. And so I feel into this cosmic element of fours and fours and fours, okay, because it's almost like pushing through something in these grids that are moving in layers and intervals, and it's moving and going up even faster. So you might even find yourself not wanting to sleep as much, like me. I feel heat flowing through my body even more, and certain things have changed with my eating habits and so on. So listen, very important to listen to your body, very important to listen to your body and to what your body is telling you, where you're being guided to, where to be. And of course, even with whatever you eat and take, greetings, Stephen, greetings. Even whatever you eat, whatever, that was a super talk. Whatever you eat, remember that consciousness, your consciousness, all the different parts of your consciousness is important here to be mindful. So that means that what you see and how you're perceiving it, that's a separate consciousness than what you may smell, what you taste, your heart, and how you receive, okay? all different parts of your body is moving energetically so quickly through another phase of what's coming in cosmically, and part of yourselves that's resurrecting into a new element. Remember that however things were last year, this is that newer element of who you are, and how much more you are honoring that part of that you that you have not remembered or haven't had, because it started out or went to a certain level when Yeshua was on the planet and with Mary Magdalene, but it was never completed. So now we're in this phase now and stage within ourselves, as far as what has not been experienced on earth, feeling that newness in the energy while you're leaving the parts of yourself that's attached to those old experiences. There are family members or anyone that may be close to you that represents your union, that will represent a bridge for you to do with your union. So understand that your union is everything that you are co-creating on earth right now. Everything: love, wealth, happiness, joy, okay, peace, abundance. It doesn't matter how it looks on the outside. Everything is happening internally right here, right into this vortex, okay? And so as you're clearing out, you're going to find yourself, if you've been sitting on the toilet like me, let me tell you something. I literally sat on the toilet for 2 hours sometime last week. I was like, oh my gosh. So everything is moving through your colon, and everything is just purifying, okay? And each time that you're purifying parts of yourself, what's happening is, he said all day, Stephen, Lord, I said. So it's like each time you're processing through parts of your body, this is where the alchemy is coming in, and that Christed energy is already coming through so quickly, planetary. It almost makes you feel like you're really in another land, another space. And depending on where you are in your region, like it's like hardly anybody's on the road. I even went earlier today, or I should say yesterday, to go get some food. And I went to the mall, which is closed down, but there's one restaurant that's still open, which is ironically that dream that I had. The only one that's open at the mall is Yard House, the same dream that the last video I put out there, and it was the Palladian galactic family that visited me through mother energy that came through with my twins' mother through that dream. And how ironic that that's where I went. And there's a certain section when you're driving where there's this pond, and it always stinks so bad. It's so stenching. It's almost like a rotten, type of thing or whatever. And what's interesting is that when I passed by, I wind on the window and I said to Damon, I said, I don't even smell it. I said, look at that. I would have thought that it was because somebody was dumping stuff in the pond to make it smell the way it did. But it has to do with energy that has had to move out the way. So you will find, again, there are many, many transitions that are happening on the earth. Those who are transitioning out of their body, it has nothing to do with whether they're good or bad or whatever. It's just that this is the process of what we all agreed on a soul level to what is changing, okay? It's what is changing. My heart goes out to those who are going through stuff, but we know that there's a reason for it. There's a reason for why we're going through these stages of change, and for things to start templating on earth, these changes require things to be released, and that includes people, places, situations. And Mother Earth has just been purging and clearing and purifying herself, and the earthquakes that are going on. I even said to someone, I don't remember who it was, I said it's so interesting how I had that dream to do with the Armageddon, and I dreamt that it was happening in New York. How ironic that the highest level of cases is in New York, but it's in New York City actually. And I've been told by Spirit not to go down to the city. And so it doesn't even bother me. I'm not in fear with it. Everybody knows that. But I thought how interesting that it's happening there in New York City, the height of all of it, because New York City is like a hub. It's the hub of the consciousness of money. Greetings, Mary. It's the consciousness and the hub of people from all over the world that come to travel to New York to experience the excitement of coming together and from distant lands. So it's like it represents everything that moves through what is purifying itself, how Mother Earth is purifying herself through all the hubs. It's not just New York. There's different locations where there may be a pocket of more people and parts of the lands that is experiencing earthquakes. So, everything that's in destruction is how this is all coming together. And so from what I've been told, it's going to start to culminate even more as we move through another energetic cycle of change. And from something that happened today, I found out that one of my relatives tested positive for it. And what's interesting is that she was one of the relatives that did not turn away from me. She never rejected me. And when, everyone who knows and has followed me on Instagram, seen how I put up videos with my family and having so much fun. And when I was not around them for 2 Christmases, she was the one that said, I can't take this anymore. I want Sharon and the kids to come and spend Christmas with us. And that happened 2 Christmases ago. And so we were back together again last Christmas. And she still was responding to me the same way. And how ironic that she was the one that ended up testing positive. But of course, more so because she works in a hospital in the Bronx, not as a nurse or a healthcare practitioner or anything like that. And I thought to myself, wow. And I heard Spirit say, she represented a bridge for me. So many of you may find yourself, I'm not saying that it has to necessarily be the same way, okay? So understand that, because there are many other what we call illnesses, which Spirit says it's not even an illness, it's just a part of what shows up as a representation of the physical body. I close my eyes because now I'm channeling. Represents a part of the physical body that is having to merge itself through everything that has been like a virus on the planet, that has been like plagues on the planet. And it's all based on each pockets of consciousness that has existed. And so each one of us are carriers of something within our families that represents something of illness in the past, okay? Past lives. It could be mental illness. It could be spiritual illness. It could be physical illnesses. It could be all of the above, emotional illnesses, okay? And when I think of the word illness also, it feels like something that slows you down, something that makes you feel like you can't be yourself, right? And each time when you go through something that is like an illness or something that goes against the body, mind, and soul, when you heal from it or through it, you get better, and it brings you to another stage of consciousness within yourself. Like you understand and say, okay, I'm going to do this better. I'm going to do something more different than I've never before. I'm going to start doing this. I'm going to start doing that. I'm going to get treatment. I'm going to heal myself. That's where it takes us. So Mother Earth is speaking to me so loudly, and it's like she's saying, I brought this sea to bring all of myself together in what has been on the planet that has pulled me down. And each one of my children, okay, all of us are a representation of the children of the Most High. And she's the one that flows through the element of the Christ consciousness, is what I was shown to me, that was not able to be embodied fully on earth. And so she brought up, so everything is going to be coming up to the surface with your body, within your body, through your families, through everything from past lives, your genealogy, and everything. So I give thanks for those who are here to, if they do receive it and get it, that they are embodying something within themselves because they're becoming more empowered. So don't look at it like something is getting rid of, but more that something is allowing you to come into that space of becoming a greater part of you. Okay, and it's allowing you to become stronger in mind, in thought, and feelings. Okay, so one of the notes I took earlier during the week, I didn't know when I was going to come on here, and then when Spirit said, tomorrow's 444, and I was like, oh my gosh, okay, that's a powerful number, because when I think of fours, I think of power. When I feel into fours, I think of all the elements of self that comes together. So, you have your mental body, you have your emotional body, you have your etheric body, you have your physical body, okay? And there's other extensions of your body that comes together. But to me, I feel that the most important parts of the body is mental, spiritual, physical, and emotional. And if you have one breakdown with any part of your body, it starts to work through you from your cell, the cellular part of self, the cellular system, the cells of yourself starts to break down. And I'm saying, do you realize how magnificent your body is? Do you realize that your body has the capability to heal itself? It has the capability to make a child if you're in a female body. It has the capability to move mountains, even if you don't do anything physically. How many of you have used and exercised your power and magic when you get into that source and center of self? Like those of you who really know yourself, and you speak the word and boom, it's done. And it's instantaneous and even if you feel weak in the mind or weak in your body, somehow you find something that is able to bring you and pull you back up into a part of you that you never thought you have. Okay. And it works itself through the mind, where the mind says, you know what, I might be experiencing this, but this is not me. So when you get to that stage of mastery, it's quite different, because even if you're experiencing something, you say, oh, that's not really who I am. That's not me. I don't have to identify and say, I am da 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 da. I am experiencing so and so and so, but it is not me. Therefore, I choose to remember myself as whole and healthy as I am in this present moment. So the reason why it's important to for me to remind any of you that say, oh, I know all of that, is how we are shifting gears again to do with our physical bodies, okay? And that means that it has to do with getting that part of you that represents the physical space of your union, that physical space of what that empowerment looks like. And it's not just I'm working my way through it. And that means that you are getting prepared with either extra stuff or extra things that you're bringing into your body that's getting you prepared for the next stage of your ascension, okay? And when I say the next stage of your ascension, meaning that as these light quotants increase and increase, because that's exactly what's happening. That's what was shown to me yesterday. And now it's increasing and increasing and increasing. So it's like being prepared, having your boat ready, having your where your sanctuary is ready, whatever part of you ready, okay? And that everything else that is happening outside of the world, that you know that it is serving its purpose, that it is serving its reasoning behind the changes happening on the planet. So therefore, however you were in that third dimensional consciousness, however your body has been in that space, along with perhaps any of your relatives, the ship within you, that body has to be prepared to acclimate the frequency that is flowing on the planet right now as we get to the next stage and the next level. Okay, so what I wrote down is that the senses within your body is coming more online. You start to feel the truth within your body, and when you raise your vibration and heal the blocks that you release all the layers of the pain and the suffering and the perceptions. Okay, so it's very important that no matter how much things you're taking, also remember to align with your thoughts on what you see, what you perceive with what you see, okay? What you hear, how are you aligning with it? Is it aligning with who I am? Is it aligning with my body? Is it aligning with source? Are you aligned with the source creator that you are connected to within you? You see what I'm saying? That's very key to everything that's happening right now. Why Spirit said, I just felt Spirit said, gotta go on now. You got this. I've never done this part because I'm gonna also go into the physical things that I've been guided to share with you. What you can take to also help you through these stages of where your body is getting prepared because of all of this light that's flowing through on the earth. Okay. So this Christed consciousness, this Christed energy itself is embodying more through you. So what I know and what I realize is like, wait a minute now, is this ascension symptoms or is this the C thing, right? So I honestly believe that many of us carry a portion of that C thing. Okay, honestly, I'm keeping it real with you, okay? Because from what was shown to me, it feels like it's something like a mist in the air Okay, so I know some people say it still goes from person to person, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm keeping it real. This is Sharon. I keep it real with you. I think of that story they brought me to, if anyone remembers, during the time of every year around Easter, which no coincidence, we're moving into the energy of Easter, is it represents the resurrection. And ironically, they always show the Ten Commandments on TV around that time. And so I think about that last plague again, where the plague itself was placed on the land, whether they were, of Jews or non-Jews or however, that category was, and said that it was to take effect on the boy children, okay, the males. And so that in and of itself represented like a mist. It was like a mist that came and it just took away everyone that represented that curse or the element of a curse or the element of what had to leave, okay? And then the others were saved, which I don't want to use it as being saved per se, and that there's a pick and choose, like who stays, who goes. It's not like that. But this sea thing represents the energy and the flow of that consciousness that's moving through each and every one of us. And it represents how do you align with that consciousness, because it's not where it's just coming in at one time. It's flowing, and this is where God's grace moves through you, because it's not where it's going to come in, because it can't come in all at once, because your body has to be prepared. Your thought process has to be prepared. Where you are physically with your body is also important to how you prepare, because remember, this ascension itself also represents the stages that the body moves through it with alchemy and what's that word of when it's shifting through from the density of the body into the illumination of the body and becoming crystalline. Okay, so it's not something that's overnight. So that's why each stage that we go through, each part of the organ of your body is moving through the elements, moving through the stages, how it's connected to past lives, how it's connected to your families and genealogy and all of that stuff, okay? And many of us are moving through it collectively at the same time, or maybe individually and collectively. It is not just going to be over just like that overnight. It's going to still move in intervals and stages. So this is about becoming reconnected with your body. And being reconnected with your body is all the bodies, okay? Not just your physical body. That means that you are realigning with where you are mentally with everything and how you perceive everything that's happening. Where you are aligning emotionally. How do you feel affected? You have empathy, or are you in fear? Or are you in doubt and worry and panic? All of this is so important to how you are aligning and being able to be open to receiving this light. And when you're receiving this light, I want you to understand, light is not necessarily linked to positivity. Light is linked to knowledge and truth, because when you know the truth, when you have the truth and you feel it, you know it, and you're connecting to it daily, meaning that your higher self and the connection to source is going to tell you what to take, what to do, where to go, who to speak to, who not to, when to stop, when to go, when to be in motion and not be in motion, when to rest, when to play, this is where this part of you is coming into that power and wisdom and understanding of self. So that way, everything else around you, no matter what's happening outside of you, it could be your own children. Remember, your lane is very important to stay in your lane too as well. So you take care of yourself. It's just like what they talk about on the airplane. If you know that the oxygen level is going down, they tell you to give the oxygen to yourself first and then to the child. So you have to feed yourself spiritually. Importantly, right now more than ever, feed yourself spiritually, so that way each time something changes, because even as I'm talking to you now, said tomorrow is going to be another level of consciousness that's flowing through on the planet. You see, because nothing, Spirit says, is going to be written in stone. It's in motion now, because the reason is because when things have stayed in one space of saying, oh, this is it, absolutely, it stays stuck. The energy doesn't move. It's just in one place. So it's important to also, when you're processing the changes now to who you are becoming and who you are, because we're always in the stages of becoming. So as you're becoming, that means that as you are experiencing and you see something and you're feeling it, and even if it doesn't make sense, I thank you, I thank you. Oh, I'm in gratitude. Oh, okay, so this is different today. Okay, this change over back to that again. Oh, this is happening over there. Okay, this is a part of the plan. This is a part of the process. So that means that you're detaching, because that's what the Saturn in Aquarius represents, how much you're detaching and coming back to your own center and following that inner guidance. And then you're also aware of the collectivity of what is moving through with each and every one of us through our bodies. Remember, our bodies is the mental body, your thought process at the moment that you're processing, because each one of us is processing things just like a computer. You feed the data and then it pushes out and it gives you back something. So as you are receiving, how you're taking it in, how you're processing it emotionally and your feelings, so you're coming into balance with that. And then also your body, how much more are you paying attention to your body and that part of you that is online, on this grid, this newer grid that you are creating within yourself and everyone around you. It's not, even where you go, even if you see somebody on the street and you don't know them, guess what? They're a part of your grid. There's energy that's flowing through you that even if you don't talk to them or you don't see them or you do see them, whoever, it doesn't matter, because you could have just been there, left. That energy is being placed all over as pockets of light, love, forgiveness, magic, the things that we were not felt as far as freedom within yourself. You wake up and you feel it, that even whatever else is happening around you, you know that it is serving its purpose, okay? It's serving its purpose. And that this Christed consciousness energy that's moving through, it was so much love, because that's how I feel it, as so much love, that we're being prepared again for parts of ourselves that is becoming resurrected, coming back to life again, okay? Coming back to the true space of life, the true nature of who we are, okay? Connecting to a higher intelligence beyond any timeline of what was perceived also as dark forces and dark elements, because it is through those forces that we have had the dark reign and terrors and all the different parts of ourselves that has had to be released and released and released in so many sequential older codes that we're moving and bringing on the newer codes on this grid, which helps to bring everything into balance, okay? And the balance begins, I wrote this down, within the solar plexus, and it is weighed and measured on both sides of the spectrum, okay? So if anyone remembers, I've always spoke about the two aspects and elements of feminine and the two aspects and elements of masculine. So you have the Lilith and the Eve, and then you have the Adam. And I couldn't think of the other name, which I have referred to it as the beta male and the alpha male. But then I remembered too, of course, there was the name of the Adam. So all I could feel and to think of, I heard Spirit say, is the Aquaman, okay? And we usually would think of like the mother energy with the water, when I spoke about the water element. And so this has to do with also the divine masculine merging with the water of the divine feminine, okay? The water elements, the feeling. Because think about when if you're walking in the woods, right, and we're talking about physical earth, you're dealing with things that's on the physical plane, right? And then when you go in the water now, that's still on the physical earth, and you're moving through the water, doesn't it feel freer, and it's flowing and it's moving and it's relaxing? See, so our body's already comprised of water. So that's the reason why when we connect to water, you feel at peace again. You feel like you can bring yourself back together again. You feel like you have a new perspective on things. It also relaxes you. It also clears things up around you as well. Okay, so if you were in any type of mental thought or heaviness, when you get into the water and step into the water, what happens? If you feel like, oh gosh, and I'm talking about like deep, like being submerged in water, not necessarily showers, but yes, when you're in the shower, you do connect. It's a conduit to the other side. when you're in the water, if you're drinking water, if you're hearing sounds of the water. It's something that connects us to mother, and it connects us to the feelings of love and feeling submerged, you see. So greetings, Brenda and Eddie Lee. Is that Eddie Lee? And so when I feel into that part of self that comes together, so we think of the Eve and the Lilith. Yes, Mary, water is so relaxing and nurturing. It's like, I love when I go to the sea. Oh my gosh, I love when I go to the sea, because it's like you just feel this invigoration, and you feel like nothing else matters when you're in the water, you know. And this is how you truly baptize yourself in love coming through from God. And it's not attached to religion, it's attached to the power and the flow of life, you see. Because just like we came from the water through the womb space of mother, and that's what helped us to move and to be in rhythm, you know what I mean. And if you think about anything, even in sexual activity, it involves some type of fluid and water, and it moves things. If there's no water, everything just remains frigid and doesn't move, and it's stuck, you know what I mean. And anyone knows that anything that's stuck and rigid, if I take it in a sexual sense, what happens? You chafe up, it hurts, it don't feel good. You know what I mean? And so this is about bringing in that energy of feeling wet again, and rising in consciousness, and awakening to the true consciousness of love, and awakening to the true consciousness of who you are, by bringing all the elements of yourself together and creating that greater empowerment of love that flows through each and every one of us. But again, it has to do with aligning with it, right? So when we think of the merge of the Eve and the Lilith, because it represents the shadow element of the feminine, you know, and have when she had felt dishonored and not valued, and then bringing into the balance of the divine masculine, who represents the Aquaman and represents greetings illuminated by design, represents the elements of the divine. When I think of the divine masculine and divine masculine being in the water as the Aquaman, he became empowered. And when I think of the movie Aquaman, he brought back on his true power because he saw the creature as himself. He became one with the creature. He did not operate from the space of fear, because his main goal and feeling inside was that he was seeing everything as coming together for those who were on the land and those who were of the sea, because the land and the sea are still one. We are the land and the sea, and we're bringing the physical element, the air element, the water element, okay? And we're bringing the fire. That's another representation of 4. So when air is what? Lighter. Water is, it's just, it feels like that's what creates us to move, right? The emotional body. And the air is the mental body, how we feel in thoughts, and bringing that together as well, right? Clear mental thoughts, clear, you're really clear. How you communicate as well, right? Your communication with who you are and how you express yourself, right? And connecting emotionally with integrity, and you're still in your power, and you're grounding that, right, on the physical earth, right? And so as you're doing all of that, this is also a part of how you're recreating yourself with merging that aspect of you in that those principles of 4. So you see, it's all those parts of yourself that's merging as one, coming online, because each one of us is bringing in the Aquaman within ourselves. We're bringing in the Adam within ourselves, because Adam was just as important as Aquaman, and Eve was just as important as Lilith. And Lilith, you know, how you are merging that part of you that's submissive, and then that part of you that speaks up and speak your truth. This is the time to speak your truth. This is the time to be in your power more than anything else, and that you are completely detached altogether with who stays and who goes, and who believes and understands you, or if they don't, okay? That you balance, you continue to balance that part of you that's nurturing yourself, and then when it's time to give out and connect to others, you know what I mean? That's what's important. So we're tapping into even greater wisdom of why we are here. So even though I know some of you are on the twin soul path and you're in different stages of this path, and yes, we're here to be in love and the connection we have to our awakening with who we love and how we met and connected and all that stuff. But there's also something that's stirring up within each and every one of us, okay? It's been stirring up inside of me. And it has to do with the greater purpose as well. So the greater purpose of the twin souls is to bring in that higher consciousness of love, of course, but also we're here to break the motherfucking walls down. You know, I think of the scriptures of the walls of Jericho. See, 7 times, 70 times 7, the forgiveness, but then we still have to speak up and be in our righteous energy and truth and power. So I already know so many things are transpiring around us: finances, work, being able to go out, you know, all these things, and social distancing and boredom. You know, hey, we gotta be honest. You know, it has been boring at times, and then there's times when you feel inspired again, you know, and there's times when some of you may want to get away from your kids because you're like, fuck this, you know, I've had enough. And there's some that may feel like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I have my rent to pay. I have this to do. I have that. How am I going to manage? And I get it. I understand. But know that we are the ones that said that we were going to come here. We were the ones that were going to volunteer to break the old patterns that have existed throughout humanity. And therefore, everything that's moved out of the way is accommodating the space for many of us who are either light workers, star seeds, twin souls, to pave the way for these new structures that are coming into play. Okay, I already been noted and said that I had dreams, visions, and told that eventually we will not have any government. We just won't. That's it. And so, you know, and I have to just listen to that because I know that's what was shown to me. And it makes a lot of sense because the way I see the new earth is that the wealth returns to us. And that means that we are healthy and wealthy, prosperous, and we're in our freedom and our joy, and also in our sovereignty, which represents all of that all together, you see? And so that means that if there's something for you to create in your community, something to say, something to write, something to speak out, this is the time. Because I told my kids, I know, I felt, and I saw there's going to be some type of, I mean, as far as those in the I call it the divided states. I don't call it the United States. Okay, keeping it real again. Is that I feel that there is going to be a separation of states. I feel that each state is going to have some type of a evolution or revolution of something. So be prepared for the physical things that are going to show up in your reality that are going to represent that change. And that you stick to your guns. You always remember the greater picture of why you're here, even if you don't know what it's going to look like. Okay, so it's very important to stay in your knowing, stay in your inner knowing, stay very clear in what you know to be true. That even the CM1 that is representing this country, he represents both sides. He represents those in the collective that he doesn't give a fuck. And then he represents those in the collective that is assisting twin souls and also those on the higher path of everything that comes together. You see what I'm saying? Everything must be illuminated. Everything must be shown. Everything must be out there in the open. Everything must come out, and then that new light is coming in. So always remain in that conscious place as something is revealed. Okay, oops, what am I going to do? What am I going to say? Even if you're doing it energetically within yourself, okay? Because I went into this stance was like that yesterday or something like that. I don't remember what it was. Oh, because somebody was talking about whatever my name again, the one with the Microsoft man, whatever, to do with the vaccination thing. And I already said, let me tell you something, okay? And I'm recording this live. I don't give a flying feather. Ain't nobody gonna tell me or my children they're gonna be getting no vaccination to do with this. So the more of us that know that and align with that, that shit is not gonna happen. So stay in your power. You stay in your power and knowing that that's not going to happen. And let me tell you something, okay? Because This is the part now where I'm going to come into do it with the divine feminine and the divine masculine. If you are feeling yourself starting to speak in tongues, ancient languages, bring the blood clot power out. To do that, it is necessary, because that's what shifts the stuff that has started before, where you felt disempowered and not feeling you should say anything. And don't let anyone tell you that that's not being spiritual. Enough of that bullshit, okay? Because that is being spiritual. The spiritual nature of you is to be in that warrior, goddess, god-like frequency of what you command and bring into existence in your reality, okay? That's how it is. So when I heard them say how, oh, if they want to be to try to have power over us, that if you don't get the vaccine, then you can't get the money and you can't. Let me tell you something. I didn't even do the census, okay? I don't give a fuck. I'm not attached to that, okay? And I'm saying it publicly, okay? I'm not attached to that system. But the same system is what is having to assist us with the finances, and there will be more to come, because I had a dream earlier this week, or it was last week. Yeah, it was earlier this week, that the government was paying. It was me, but I know it had to do with many of us in the collective for a whole year. The same system that took from our indigenous people, colored people, anything that belonged, everything is in reverse. Everything is in reverse. So when I heard about that, them trying to come with the vaccination, I said, guess what? That's not going to happen. Because guess what? If this is where I get in, that's where I start to cost, because I said, not a blood clot, not in my household. It will not happen. So I told Charlie, I said, oh, just be prepared. You're not going to be going back to school, because they're going to try and say, oh, you got to get the vaccination if you want to go back to school, or you're going to get the vaccination if you want to go do your groceries, or you're going to. But guess what? This is where the spiritual evolution comes in for us. Okay. So I'm bringing this up because, remember, we're not here to just sit back and just, oh, okay, let me see what the president does next. Oh, let me see what this other government. No, we are the new governing bodies and principles of this Christ consciousness of divine love and creation, of how we embody this truth and light that creates new worlds, that creates the abundance. You see? Not where we give that power to someone else to make that decision. I'm watching, and I'm also involving. So I'm seeing, even if this is not passed and that's not passed, and how are we able to redistribute the wealth and redistribute how we look out for one another? And of course, we know that everything else has to do with what is chosen by each person, what they decide to do, of course, because it's not where we're taking away anybody's power, what they choose to be a part of. But you know that as you align with what you are creating in your reality and this new earth, so it shall be that someone else comes up in your reality that is aligned with you with that purpose. You see? And that's all that I know to be true. So when I saw that video, my beautician sent it to me, and I said, really? Is that what them think? Because even the pastor that I was talking said, I want to see him try to come and tell me, because I'll take the needle and shove it up his ass. I said, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. In no matter what it is or where you come from, it's time for us to take not only our power back, but also what we are creating in the outside world for how we live to be free. Because how is it if we come together in our union, physical reunion with our true love, to have to be facing these outside elements that have been a hindrance and a block for us to be together in unity? Because I remember very clearly that same unity that I was in back in the ancient times is what they were angry about, because I spoke up, because I knew what felt right. And they came over into my lane because they wanted to keep us dumbed down and living unconsciously, and also not being aware. So be aware. So even as you hear it, you start to rebuke it, okay? Or if you want to use another word, you say something out into existence, because that power is what flows through you, through Mother Earth, and the cosmic mother to what changes. That's why we also volunteered to come down here in the physical realm, because we are the wizards, the shamans, the shazams, what's the other, all those characters, all of them. Okay, I think about X-Men. We're all of those characters. Okay, that's right. You see, that's what's coming online here. You see, we are the powerful beings that chose to come down here, because we weren't going to have to use swords and weapons. We were going to be using the weapons of love, light, and speaking up too. That's where the power comes in, because at the moment that you hear it, you're like, fuck that, no. Or if you don't want to curse, then you're like, no. See? So as I'm on here now talking about this, I'm just going to do like a little mini ritual in between. I'm gonna drink some tea too. Drinking some tea, yeah. As I'm spilling some tea. Aso shimbala pitekinu ne mede kunarapo. Tambele kunerebe. Tendi de kudera mata nishana kuri baraba. Because just know that as I'm talking about these things and bringing it into awareness, and those who are aligned with me, where you are, speak out what you know is to be eradicated, and we are pushing in the energy of what is to flow through us. You see, that anything and all obstacles of anything that appears as what is not the highest and best for humanity is now eradicated. Chana malede kitudi dana bedere kinuni de balamine kinuni belana mikitone belana mikitano belana. Everything in reverse. Everything and all things must come into a balance, a karmic balance. So whatever appears as what has been taken is now restored. Whatever you have felt that you have given, that it is now coming to that karmic balance. And that's what fours represent, that it comes into alignment. And as we open the doors that is within us, that is right here in that vortex, we are now open to receive, and we receive that even where it comes from, we know that it's received through this light and this consciousness, that whatever source or energy that has existed on the planet that looks like and came as it came against us, that is merged with what comes for us, and therefore we are in gratitude. So you see, there's a difference in how we don't have to necessarily look at what is on the outside that has brought us into the righteous anger, because it's okay to be in righteous anger. It's okay to have felt that pain of our ancestors that have been enslaved on many lands, because I had even past life dreams where I was enslaved in Italy. I was an Italian female, and I was a sex slave, and I had that past life memory, and I was in chains, and I actually looked it up on Google to see if that ever existed for females that were in chains in Italy. And when I started out with my awakening, I was at my aunt's house, and I started speaking in all these different ancient languages. I was speaking in ancient Italian. Yes, I was. So it's everywhere that anything that represents enslavement, with not being able to speak up, not being and feeling that we are to be threatened, that, oh, if you don't do this, and fuck off. If they feel that you can't take your child to school, then look, if there's billions of us right now that are feeling this rebelliousness of what you know, and we don't have to be in fear of retribution, you see? So where you are, you take your power back from that, okay? That when you walk out of your home, you're still in your freedom. You're still in your greetings, William. You're still in your freedom, because you know when you walk out the door, you're still protected. You see? That you don't have to be in fear, because your body is now attuned to everything and all things. You don't have to be afraid of the 5G and all the blood clot things that I'm gonna set up every day. They can set up 20,000 more things, because you know what Spirit showed me? That which has been against you is now for you. What has been against you is now for you. See? Because if you stay spiraling And in that gunk of energy of the conspiracies, like I've spoken about, which I'm not knocking against those, because again, the truth must come out. It's like I said to God sometimes, I said, you're very contradictory, and say, well, that's who we are. We say go one way and we come back the other way, and this is this and that is that, because there's no such thing as right and wrong, but it's always what feels right. The old ways does not serve us any longer. It cannot hold in the embodiment and frequency of this divine light. It cannot hold in the frequency and the embodiment of true twins that are coming together in physical reunion. Get ready, get ready, get ready. That's all I know. Get ready, because the inner light is starting to flow through each and one of us, and things are starting to move rapidly. The human body is tapping into a level of consciousness, okay? And this level of consciousness is like moving into a greater space of the mind of God. And I'm not saying that it's where you're going to know all of everything, but you're tapping into all of these codes and elements of energy and knowledge that it's like it prepares you for all the things that you're going to start to manifest on the earth, and having a different understanding of wisdom and knowledge. And this wisdom and knowledge is not anything that is necessarily on the internet, because Spirit says there are some things you will not find, but there are some things you will find. You might hear something coming through from thought in how you're connecting to source creator, and you look it up and it's not there. And next, 2 days later, you may hear someone else that says the same thing that you said, because I have been hearing things and I said, ooh, that's interesting. And then I hear 3 other people. So I know that I'm in alignment to where I am. And that's why it's very important to keep staying in the now. Again, stay in the now, stay in the present now moment. Okay. So the human body has to continue to advance on a spiritual, emotional, and mental level. That's what I took in the notes. Feeding lower energies enslaves you with fear, okay? So keeping your consciousness high is important more than ever. Now understand too, you're going to keep at times ascending and descending in this consciousness, because there were times when I had like this little bit of fear. I did, because I'm sleeping and I'm feeling everyone's thoughts and everyone's feelings. And I'm like, oh my God, maybe this is da-da-da. And then I go right back into a higher thought at that moment, okay? And sometimes without not doing anything, like I don't necessarily have had to hear any music, or I play music, dance, have fun, be like a child, go, if you have children, I know it may seem like, oh my God, I need my time and space, but I can tell you that children are a wonderful mechanism to getting your mind off of things, okay? You're going through that too? Yeah, I know. It is quite interesting path for mothers, I can tell you that. And I also wrote here, the importance of knowing your true wealth is important now. A new way of having money as a life force, what your view is about money, and the spiritual understanding of money is imperative. And the reason is because the fact that the principle of money is changing. I know that there are some people that, may not like the idea of anything changing from the paper money or cards, but I'm not into the old chips in the body and all that blood clot foolishness, okay? I'm keeping it real with that. But definitely I know that things are changing into the value of how we exchange, okay? So the one thing that I already spoke about in the book is gold and silver, because that is what we're moving back to, gold and silver. And the reason why is because it represents something of value that connects us to the higher principle, okay, of this oneness. And you think about the fact that our bodies are already made of gold. Our bodies are made of silver. I hope many of you know that, because it is, look up the elements of your body and what it is made of, okay? So when you are aligning with all that parts of yourself with the elements, okay, it makes a difference to how you're receiving light, receiving this knowledge, and that you're able to be at peace with your path because you're aligning with it. Now, some of us may feel that you have to take supplements. added supplements to the body, and that includes replenishing the things, because of course a lot of things can take you away from being able to connect to your body and understanding your body, when you have to be working and struggling and all these things. Okay, so I'm going to share with you something that was sent to me. As I'll be honest with you, I experience allergies every year. So I go through seasonal allergies. And Mary, thank you so much. I did get the nettle tea bags. Yes, I did. I'm going to be sharing with you guys what supplements that that I was shown and that I'm taking for myself and recommendation, because you're not only building your body up, but you're rebuilding everything. You're rebuilding your physical body, your emotional body, and your mental body. Because remember, it's about how you perceive things, how you're taking things in energetically, with how you respond emotionally to everything that's happening around you. So the physical body is just as important. And the key thing is to listen to what your body is saying, because your body is speaking to you all the time. You can speak to your arms, your legs, your hands. Everything makes a difference. It all makes a difference. So I was guided to, which I'm going to do first, is to read 3 different aspects of different illnesses that one may have gone through. So anyone who's just coming on, please, if you can, make sure to rewind back once I'm done or whenever to listen to when I was talking about the illnesses of the body and mind and what they represent. And so I was guided. I felt the energy of Louise Hay coming in again. And your 40th birthday. Happy birthday. I will definitely be singing for you for your birthday, for sure. So I decided to look up 3 different diseases of the body, which one of the main things that's going on right now is the ability to breathe. Okay. So if any one of you have any illness or anything that you're experiencing right now that you would like to have the understanding of it so you can heal through it, and also I will give you the affirmation to go behind it, so that way you're able to move through it energetically easier for yourself, because that's the key, is moving through it so it's easier, moving through the ease, having ease with life and being in that divine flow. Okay, so anyway, I recommend to get that book, anyone that has things that they would like to understand about their bodies and how you can heal yourself. Okay, so, and this has to do with the metaphysical aspect of healing yourself, because anything that's happening on the physical plane is also happening metaphysically. That means there's something that's also pulling that experience to you energetically that comes from a mental thought, and also connects to your emotions as well. Okay, so when I look up allergies, and it's also hay fever, because part of this is also can be related to allergies of myself, and it says, who are you allergic to, and denying your own power. And the affirmation is, the world is safe and friendly. I am safe. I am at peace with life. And I can definitely relate to that for myself. I love when I become the teacher and the student, and also understanding myself and what I'm experiencing in this human body that I took on in this lifetime. This is my ship. This is my ship. So think about many of us that have felt like we couldn't breathe anymore or felt suffocated, because I can think of allergy and breathing as what we're not able to take in this life, right? Because of all the blocks and the things that we've experienced before, and not being able to feel free again, freedom within ourselves, freedom within our souls, like really can wake up in the morning and say, everything is in alignment. Everything feels so good inside. And this is where we're to be, even if it doesn't look that way. You know what I mean? So when I say, even if it doesn't look that way, that as you are feeling into the thought process of everything is moving in the right direction for me, and I'm feeling this freedom within me, because even when April came in, April 1st, I'll be honest with you, I felt such a lightness within me. Like I felt lighter, and I felt like, oh wow, something just felt shifted, something felt different when April 1st came in. So even though, talking about April Fools, I was like, nope, this is not an April Fools. This is actually an April wellness moment for me. April feeling great inside for me. April feeling something shifted inside and outside of me, but I don't know what it is. You see what I'm saying? And that is what. So I'm going to take a little pause. One love. Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. Woo! Let them all pass all their dirty remarks. One love. I really love to ask. Can't give any fucks. You give a place for the hopeless sinners who have hurt all mankind. So let's send love to all those who have felt oppressed or been the oppressors. One love. Give thanks for everyone who is serving and continues to serve their purpose. Let's get together and feel alright, as it was in the beginning. So shall it be in the end. Alright, give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. Let's get together and feel alright. One more thing. Let's get together to fight this holy Armageddon. Let's get together with this Armageddon, because it's a blessing and it's not in disguise. Everything revealed. Consider where ain't no hiding place. Nothing can hide no more. The raw creation singing one love. What about the one heart? Let's get together and feel alright. One love, one heart. Give thanks and praise to the Lord, and I will feel alright. That's right. Let's get together and that means you feel alright no matter what happened. If your foot broke, if you don't feel good tomorrow, you can still feel alright. They call it, there's mind over matter and matter over mind. And it's how you view things and how you move through things, because we are here to demonstrate our true power. See? And our true power is that I can move forward and see things in a new light and a new dawn, and that whatever has happened in the past, I have the ability to not only heal myself, but to forgive the past for what it has served, so we can move forward. And in so I give thanks. See, so it makes a difference. It makes a difference. So I go to bronchitis, okay, which it's also one of the symptoms that accompanies allergies, and also from the C thing, right? And interestingly, which I didn't know this, okay, it says it represents inflamed family environment, arguments and yelling, sometimes silent. So now I all shared with you that I found out about my family, my aunt. And I said, wow, my aunt, she's a Libra. So a Libra sign is represents balance. Also, it's an air sign. I'm an air sign. And my rising is Taurus, so I represent the earth as well. Represent many, many things. I mean, I know we all have all these aspects and elements of ourselves that's just pushing and shining and embodying through, Really is an exciting time to be on earth. And then of course I'm being sarcastic, because they're like, what? What's so exciting about this? Shit. But you know what? When we get together, you can feel the excitement, because we're connecting together as a soul family, and knowing that you're not alone, and that even if you're feeling the experience of rejection or feeling dishonored or feeling misunderstood, that your family is here. We're all here. We're all gathered here at 1:31 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which of course it's another time in another zone, because you know what? We've been everywhere at all times and it really doesn't matter. Everything is just changing and rotating. We're in a rotation. So whatever you've been experiencing on one side of the spectrum, you're bringing it back to the other side of the spectrum. And all it is just to choose yourself and choose yourself into understanding where you are on one side of the spectrum to the next. Okay. So how interesting that bronchitis represents inflamed family environment. And right now, one of the main parts of this virus is not being able to breathe, right? And the lungs, how we take in life. Are you honoring life? Are you honoring Mother Earth because she hasn't been able to breathe because everything has been so clustered in so many places and everyone has been just walking by? And I don't know if anyone that follows me on Instagram or Facebook, I'm always bringing in the jokes too. That's right. Gotta laugh. Sometimes you gotta laugh your way through this. And so one of the reason why I'm swaying back over to something else, because one of the jokes that I had put out this week was when the quarantine is over and The Color Purple with Celie and her sister Nettie, what it's going to be like when we all come together again and we can get to hug each other. And it was so hilarious because when she said, Celie, Nettie, but you know what? Every time, every time I post anything, seriously, I just saw 11111, like 1 hour, 11 minutes and 11 seconds. Every time I post anything, their spirit is up to something, okay? Because the next day, hours later, there was The Color Purple on TV. And I don't watch TV all the time. So it happened to be on, and I happened to turn it on and catch it. I don't remember what, I think it was on AMC at the exact sequence of the movie. And I saw the play with my mom and I saw the movie and I caught it at that moment when Celie and Suge were walking in the meadows. And I do talk about The Color Purple in the book. And she was saying, sit now, you're going to start laughing now because everybody who know me well, I'm going to all of my accent, right? She says, Celie, now I don't remember the exact line, okay? So I'm just going with the flow now. And she says, Celie, I think it really pisses God off when you see The Color Purple and you just walk on by and don't say hi, And I talk about it in the book because it has to do with the beauty of the earth and the beauty of what you see around you. And it has to do with how we acknowledge life, ourselves, the simple things. The simple things. It's like if I'm talking and I see the bluebird by the window, I literally stop and say, "Oh, look at the bluebird! How beautiful!" I had 6 spiders visit me last week, right after I did that recording on the last video, and I was like, and one of my kids was like, "Oh, we're gonna kill the spider." I said, "No, don't kill the spider." I said, "The spider is representing something," and I think about that mother energy again with the tentacles and what we're weaving, And so when I thought about The Color Purple, and I'm there watching that part of the movie now, and then it got to the part with Celie and Nettie, and also the part where Suge, when she was rejected by her father, and she heard the song of God is trying to tell you something, and I sing that in the book, God is trying to tell you something. And it's like, that's exactly what it's like. Is that Goddess is trying to tell you something. Mother Earth is telling us something here. She's going through that purification cycle and she wants us to remember and honor her. So I know this month in April is also, it's not only just spring, but I believe it's also, oh my gosh, it's another holiday or something to do with April. I'm trying to remember. Earth. Is it Earth Day? Earth Day in April? Something like that. I think it's April 23rd or maybe, let me see, maybe the calendar. So it's like Mother Earth wants us to acknowledge her, like really truly acknowledge her. And almost everyone is realizing that Yes, Earth Day. I was looking for my calendar. What day? Let me see what day it shows here. Well, it doesn't say it on that calendar, but I know, interestingly, how Passover and Good Friday is coming up too. But either way, it has to do with this acknowledgement and thinking of the color purple and how beautiful the color purple is, and everything else is beautiful. It's like even seeing the caterpillar, the butterfly, everything. See, and how spirit wants us to connect, to the unseen. Okay, so that's another element of fours. You're connecting the spiritual matter and the physical matter. See, as we're moving through an energy and creating another portal of, oh, thank you, Mary. So April 22nd, look at that. That's another 4-4 day. So we're merging ourselves with Mother Earth as well as the Cosmic Mother, because there's two primordial energies that's merging together, because I've been getting so much of this Palladian energy and shows it to me as the Black Mother God. I mean, she's just like, fiery and vibrant, and it's just so interesting how I see her. And she's a big woman too. She don't play. She's like one of them Black mothers. I don't know what to say. That's the best way. It's more than one time I've dreamt of how that energy has come across to me and how she shows me herself. And she always shows me something to do with the water. Always to do with the water. And this love that she has for all her children. And all her children is not just the humans. It's the animals. It's the birds, the air species, the ground species, everything of the ocean. You see? Everything. So, it's a new moon in Taurus too. Wow, that's interesting. Yes. So everything's coming across as the divine feminine. And so how Shug reunited with her father. And she reunited with her father because many of us have had to reunite with our divine masculine energetically first, because of how we have connected with each other. And are you able to balance out the elements of yourself, that even if one part of you, okay, and even if it's on the outside, okay, that your twin represents the opposite of you, because her dad was spiritual, but Shug was in her different way of expression, okay, and how she was perceived, and how it connected her back to her dad, because she felt drawn to singing that song, God is trying to tell you something, right? And so I think about how the divine masculine and divine feminine are just merging together with understanding each other, that we're both unique. It's like that inner energy of the uniqueness of you and how you understand yourself, that even if one day you want to be serious and the next day you want to be joking, or one day you're quirky and the next minute you're, prepared and ready to go for your interview, so she said, yes, even sinners and singers have soul. We all have a soul. We all mean something to each other. We all have a purpose for one another. So even the ones that appear as the assholes, or the fearmongers, the conspirators, all of them. Because if the conspirators and the ones out there that you feel that they're trying to stop the process, which this is not a process that can be stopped, or anything whatever for the matter, if that didn't happen, then how would we give rise to what we are shifting through, to give that power back to what is right, to give that power back to what we're moving in another direction now, you see? Because it would just stay dormant. So if someone says, I'm going to come and try and give you a shot, they're like, really? Well, now you're going to speak up and say, no, not in this lane. Oh, no. So you come in with that, and that's where that energy that comes through with that black power, and I talk about that black power, and the black power, I'm talking about the color of the skin, I'm talking about the energy that started from the beginning, because we must go back to the beginning and the root of ourselves. But the root itself, from the root chakra, you think about the root chakra, what starts to be fired up again, okay, but it's fired up again, but not where it's coming from a space of emotional breakdown or mental breakdown. That means that you have clarity and that you're coming from power within you that's within integrity, that you have an understanding of what purpose you are here for, and that you're ready to step into that place now, and you don't have any fear, but you also have compassion, but you're also using divine wisdom, and you're also still staying steady and on course with it, and that you can now step back and also watch and see how everything unfolds in the movie. Okay, because that's what it is. It's like the movie itself is the illusions that have been created so we can get to see what is it that I'm breaking down here. Okay, so now that we're all seeing things from the all seeing eyes, right, of what is occurring on the physical plane and the energetic plane, and now we know where we can place ourselves like chess pieces, okay, to what comes next with no fear, you see. So when I think again of the color purple, every one of them came together, that even Mr. Man found it in his heart to bring back Nettie to reunite with her sister, and how oh my gosh, what's her character again? Well, anyway, let me just say oh my god, what the character name again? Celie. She had to come into her own power too. You know, there was so much messages that was from that play movie as well. I remember when I saw it with my mom, we were literally up in the front of the thing because it was sold out, you know, back then. Very powerful movie. And I tell you this, truth be told, when I saw just that last part of the movie just 2 days ago, I bawled my eyes out. Because it touched me so much. It was like as if I saw it all over again. And the reason why it touched me so much is because it reminded me of the power of love. It reminded me of the power of unity. It reminded me of the power of surrendering. It reminded me of the power of seeing things beyond what I haven't seen before. You see? It reminded me of the power of the Christ. It's all of that, you know, and how we're taking down deep and low into the parts of ourselves that we never thought we'd see, from the pain, from feeling disempowered, the anger, what's been taken, and all that stuff. You know what I mean? And so it's like you're realigning all of those feelings in one humongous space. You see? That's right. Oh yes, it's extremely sexy when you get your power back, when you rise up. Oh yes, it is. You know, I think of, you know, get your sexy on, get your sexy on. I'm getting sexy back. Yeah, them motherfuckers don't know where you at. Yeah, take it to the bridge. Dirty face. And that's what we're doing. We're taking it to the bridge, right? This is the bridge to, you know, even was it Tabitha? I don't remember that movie. There's something that's always having to bridge, because, you know, it's like it's not going to just happen smack on like that. It has to break itself through on two sides of that spectrum. You see, I'm talking about the two worlds, you know, the two elements. And then there's another aspect of the world that's on one other level as well, because we have the third dimensional space and the fourth dimensional space, the 5 dimensional and above. And so every part of you is in some type of dimension, because you could still be experiencing something in your body that represents the pain of the past. Okay. And there's something more that you're moving through with healing it. At the same time, you're moving through the feelings that you're having towards your experiences and being able to move forward while you still might be experiencing a specific pain in another part of your body. And it might come up again in another timeline, okay? So when you're making it aware, this is when you're creating a new timeline, okay? A new timeline. So I'm going to go to something. Oh, look at that. I finally found the calendar after the fact. My, excuse me, my beautician sent me something today. I'm going to go to the physical body. And it's just basically what she shared with me, some of the things that we can take to supplement or just add to, or if it's new for you to for your body, because this is why being led by Mother Gaia, to how we're going back to the root of the body, which we are made up of the earth, because they say ashes to ashes, dust to dust, like the earth in and of itself is what creates us, and then we return back to that dust. And it's like we move through all of this alchemy, and just that we're creating a different type of alchemy. So some of us are dying in a different way. Some of us are dying from the old ways, the old thoughts, the old regimen, starting from 0 point, starting from the bottom. Now we hear everything start, end. The mummification, the Mummy movie, the Mummy 2, he says, just the ending is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. Death is just the beginning. So we're in that newer stage. April represents this new template of love. It also represents the beginning, the vibration of alignment, the vibration of a spectrum of colors, all the colors that come together, the spectrum of love that comes together. All of us are here to express different levels of love, different types of love, different templates of love, okay? So it's all of that. Wherever you feel your path is, for those on the twin soul path, if you know that between you and your beloved, it's a same-sex path, or some of you maybe age difference, okay, that what feels right for you, okay, and anything that humanity is not able to accept, tough titties for them, because this is it, game on, okay. For me, my path is the threes. I have a twin soul and I have a divine masculine, which they're brothers, and it has to do with a higher state of love. It's a feeling of expression of the divine, and how it's just like an overflow and abundance. You see, some of you might be experiencing where your beloved is on the higher planes and it's another person. It's just so many different expression of love. It could be two different races, two different cultures, monetary differences. It's so many different paths to to the divine, that we are the microcosmic expression of that template of the divine. You see, in the flesh, we're in the flesh of this love. We are the expression of this love in the physical world. Some of us may be doctors that are bringing in a different expression of how we heal, and moving towards holistic medicine even more, not being fear of being annihilated because the world is not ready for you, but you're stepping and staying in your power, that you're not in fear of being annihilated, okay? Some of you might be in an expression of healing with fire, where some of you are stepping on the fire with your foot, and your foot is used to heal someone on their back. There's so much different things that may not have come forward before. Now's the time to step forward with your love and your truth, okay? That's what it means. So anyway, and there's just so many different ways that Spirit has shown me. And that's why whenever I read for anyone, I am just in such joy when someone comes and say, oh, this, and they were a little bit nervous, what am I? And it's like, I don't judge anyone. I am in gratitude and love for how the expression of the divine shows up in this reality. And it is such a beautiful feeling, because it's something that you feel even more than what you see, and when someone is aligned with knowing that, you don't even have to explain it, because you just know, because you're aligned with it. You know what I mean? And that's how it works. It's not anything that has to prove itself. I say the stars that shine outside, each star that shines represents itself as the star that it is. Do you see what I'm saying? In its own element. And one star is not looking at the other one saying, no, you're not supposed to shine like that. You're supposed to shine like me. No, the stars don't give a fuck. They shine the way they shine, just like the sun. Just shines and shines. Okay, it may look like the sun is setting, but the sun is still outside. It didn't go nowhere. The moon is still shining outside. It didn't go nowhere. It's still there. That's right. They all don't give a fuck. They're just there. We are here. You don't go anywhere. Even if you change form, you're still here. We're still here. That's right. That's power. See? So anyway, here's one of the things that I know we wish people could see it, but they have to see it for themselves, That's the beautiful thing, that many of us who have been on the planet before to help people, for others to heal, that if they're not ready to receive, they're not going to believe it. You see, they have to receive it for themselves. And I look at this time of the ascension as an equal opportunity, like an equal opportunity employer. You have all right to seek what you desire to experience, and you came into the physical body because you can make that conscious choice to say, I can choose, because it's all about choice. It's all about choosing. And if that person is choosing their path to where they want to be, you can't save them. They have to save themselves. So now this is the time where we can be there for one another if the person chooses and desires to receive assistance, and that we honor ourselves, value ourselves, as well as honor where they are in their consciousness, and honor them for where they are on their path. Okay, and detaching from it, wishing them well. And it could be a loved one, it could be anyone. And this is how much it's going to be important for you to decide what's important for me now in this lifetime. Focusing on what someone else is not doing and how they perceive things, or what they believe in something in themselves or not, even if they could see whatever is happening for you 1,000 times. Sometimes people don't even want to see it, even if it's right in front of their face. You know what I mean? And then it takes away from your life force, you see? So what you bring into your life force and pay attention to, it's like, this is your opportunity that they're showing you. Am I going to honor myself and detach and to let go? See, that's the key. So anyway, I'm going to go quickly into this, some of the stuff that's important for the body in this time. Drinking a lot of hot beverages is also important when it comes to any type of virus, okay? Because it is kind of like, it kind of minimizes, I believe, the mucus or something like that from what I heard. Lemon, a lot of lemon. I drink a lot of tea with lemon at times too. I also drink Earl Grey tea. And then, of course, Mary introduced me to this. This is a nettle leaf tea bags. This is for arthritis, breathing issues. So I've been taking this too. Just this week, I started taking it. And I boil it. I got this from Amazon.com is where you can get it. It comes from Bulgaria. I even told my aunt I'm going to order some and send some for her to drink it. I drink it just straight up with nothing added in there. Okay. I'm at a point where I take so much things that it doesn't even matter how it tastes. I can't taste as bad as whatever. And they say whatever tastes bad is really good for you. You know what I mean? So they also list here lime, avocado, garlic, mango, tangerine, pineapple, dandelion, and orange. And so you can take that with warm water, lemon, and drink. Okay. Now, some of you, again, you might be probably wondering, if you're having coughing, shortness of breath, and so on. There's a difference between what you may be taking in energetically, okay, and having to process through that. You may feel like you can't breathe and so forth, okay, because everyone has different symptoms to ascension, and then there may be some who might test positive for a thing, and still spirit shows me that if anyone is tested, you probably already have there's different variations of this virus that you might be experiencing, okay. So the key is to tap into what you're being guided to do. Of course, if you know if you have a fever that's lasting, then you know that you probably have it. I've also had stomach virus stuff that was going on for me during the whole month of February and March and everything. And I felt like I couldn't move, get up. And so what I did is I ordered Immune 26, which also this helps to assist not only with energy levels, but it also has to do with, I think it's free radical, but it has to do with helping to balance out your digestive system, okay? Your digestive system. Another thing that I take to help with my digestive system is the Yacon syrup, okay? It helps to balance out your sugar levels as well, if you're also wanting to reduce the weight in your body, or it also assists you with eating smaller frequent meals. So I get this on Amazon.com, okay, and I take it straight up. You can also bake with it and use it as a substitute for sugar as well. I always prefer to take liquid stuff more than the Immune 26 is chewable, just to let you know. They also have it in the powder form, okay? The powder form where you can mix it like a protein drink if you want to, okay? Also, a lot of vitamin C. Now, I also ordered some vitamin C from another company that I used to promote, health products, Eneva Corporation. So they actually sell the vitamin C. I also got vitamin D, because since many of you are staying indoors, it is still good to go outside and get fresh air. And the reason is because your body has to get used to the energy of Mother Gaia in what is flowing with germs and stuff. Okay. Some of the stuff you can't see, some of it you won't, because this is how your body builds up an immune system. Okay. Because when you're staying indoors all the time, everything that's within that air is just that particular air that's circulating on and on. Okay. And of course, so much more importantly is to limit the fear or any fear factors. If someone else is living in the house and they come back and you're not looking at them like they're aliens, because I'm telling you, people look at you like you're alien on the street if you don't have on a mask or something like that. But either way, to what I was saying, vitamin C is also great to have. And if you're able to go out in the sunlight, that'll be great. So that way you build up with the vitamin D that's necessary for your body. I also take chlorophyll. I got this from my local beauty supply store, and it helps with the asthmatic feeling also, or breathing and all that stuff. So tastes nasty, but lad, I still take it. And it also makes you green. Yes, it does. So my friend, she also recommended this to me, and I had it. So this one you have to refrigerate it once you open it, and you mix it with 1 teaspoon of it, and with water. Also, my mother guided me to get colloidal silver. So I got colloidal silver, which is also builds up your immunity as well. Once again, I got this on Amazon, and this I use in liquid form. I prefer liquid, and you put it under your tongue, and it builds up your immunity as well. Okay. The next thing that I take, okay, is echinacea. I take echinacea and I put that underneath my tongue as well. Okay, which also helps to build up your immune system. Mary says you have everything. Yes, Miss Herbalist, Miss Mary. She's one of the herbalists too. Okay. The next thing I also get is I take sea moss, which you can mix that into protein drinks. So I ordered this from Caroline because she made it for me. Coming up time for them things. And I actually don't mix it into anything. I just take it raw. So I just take it raw and give that to myself. So that's what I've been taking for the past several weeks. And yesterday I finally felt like I wasn't having as much coughing like before. So because every time I notice when I go outside, I come back in and then the coughing progresses even more. So the other thing that I take too, this is my home remedy, rum, lime, and honey. Okay, Jamaican rum, 100% rum, lime, and honey. And so what it does, what's important is actually working through to have the phlegm push up through your body, because I know some of you might be experiencing allergies, because I know this is that time to allergy season. And so what we're doing is we're working and being one, because I never used to have allergies when I was growing up. It was only until maybe 10 years ago that's when it started for me, and I feel a lot of it had to do with the stuff that's in the ozone layers and all the stuff that they put out there and all that crap, and of course everything else that has been created by mankind to destroy itself. And so what happens is, just like if you go into the ant's nest and you gonna interrupt the ants, what they're doing, the ants go and bite you. So Mother Earth is like, okay, I've had enough of all of this. So now it's going to build, the earth is building up a defense mechanism with everything that has poison within the earth for centuries. So this is the reason why now, as Mother Earth is pushing out what no longer serves her. When I say pushing out, meaning the whole system is breaking down, government structures, you name it. It's like, that's it. I even said to a friend of mine, I was like, Dad, even the prostitutes can't get no money. It's like everything is just eradicating. I think about the comedians, the musicians, everything is being restructured or disappearing or going away or no longer existing. Restaurants, certain restaurants are closed. Certain clothing, items are on this. So be prepared if the time comes, if you're gonna have to end up gardening your own stuff. If Stephen laughing, I know which part you're laughing to. I'm keeping it real. 1 minute, I have to drink some tea. I'm actually drinking the nettle tea. Wow. So yes, the Schumann resonance is very high. That's exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said. The Schumann resonance is very, very high. So it's important. I know, I tell you that the allergies has been so affecting me for a very long time. And especially since I'm in the country, in the woods too, it doesn't help. So what I also had the pleasure of experiencing last week, her name is Nina. Gosh, I wish I can remember. She's having a ceremony, I think next week again, I believe on the full moon. But anyway, she introduced me and a group of us where we're doing a breathing technique or it's a breathing exercise. And this is where you're lying down flat on your back. And this is how you connect to the sounds of Mother Earth, okay? And many of the exercises, I know there's some of you females that I had introduced the power of Shakti. And the power of Shakti is also an excellent book to how you get to understand your body and every part of your body. And it's also excellent for men to get this book as well, because it has to do with igniting the divine feminine. Because remember, the divine feminine is where it's really ramped up so high into understanding her, and her energy is what makes us click now. There's no more separation to do with the feminine principle. There's no more separation to do with understanding her and honoring her and how we work together now, okay, energetically. Because anything else that anyone is trying to make it happen for however existed before, it's not going to work. So this has to do with how you're igniting the divine feminine energy, which includes taking care of yourself, nurturing yourself, letting go, surrendering and surrendering and surrendering. Did I say surrender again? And surrendering. Taking care of your bodies now. Knowing that everything else in the physical world that's breaking down, the finances, the money and all that stuff, you will be guided to what to do. If many of you, if you're even self-employed, you can also sign up for unemployment benefits, okay? So I'm keeping it real with you, what is out there. Do your research. See what else is out there that you can get assistance from. Contact your local county. See what is being offered. Your senator's office, contact them and complain to them. Let's talk about people who also have to pay rent and not just the mortgage company, to where you get assistance with your rent. Okay, everything should be balanced and fair for everyone, and that's where we're heading. You see what I'm saying? But in the meantime, at the bat station, it's important to take care of your body, mind, and your soul. Your body especially, because the frequency of mother is ramping up so much that we're having to work through the releasing of everything that we have not been able to come into balance with on the earth, with having the allergies, arthritic pains, what else is there? Certain parts of our digestive system, being able to work through stuff that when you have breakouts with your body, like if some people experience eczema, your heart, working through levels, where you are with your heart center and your heart space, okay, and opening up, especially opening up to receive. Like when you go outside and you see all the trees out there, do you see the money? Do you see the money when you see the trees? Or do you feel that you have to see the paper money? Because the paper money is going to be eventually eradicated, because it's the paper money that was the devil, as what one would say. Okay, I have to use it just like that. It was blood money. That's what our indigenous people were killed over and duped. and tricked. Okay, so that's why anything that represents a greater energy of taking advantage or taken away or duped into thinking, oh, we'll trade, because that's what it was. I said this in the book. The money was traded for the gold when, each one of us had the gold, and Spirit showed me that eventually, I don't know when, everyone is going to have their gold. Everything's going to come because gold grows on trees. I don't know if any of you know that, but there are trees that produce gold. That's right. So there's nothing to worry about. How am I going to get it? How is this going to happen? Stay present and allow the flow and the love of the divine to guide you to where you are to be, and with receiving. Okay, and you follow your inner guidance to what you need to sign up for. If you can sign up for unemployment benefits, then do that. Okay, don't look at, oh, there's so much people, or what if it doesn't happen. No, align in consciousness to what you can receive. Your stimulus packages, if you didn't do this, if you owed money on taxes, guess what? That whole C thing as presented, where the government is not going to touch your money because you can get it back, except if you owe child support. So if you have mortgages, apply for your mortgage company to get assistance, 6 months of not having to pay your mortgage. Align with everything that is creating and presenting your freedom. Your freedom. I'm choosing to create a queen kingdom where I don't have to worry about nothing that have to be paid for. Everything is paid for itself, because that way now I'm free to love. I'm free to relax even more. And I'm already feeling it within myself. I don't have to see it physically happening yet to know that it's happening, because it's already happening, because I know I get the greater picture. You see? And that's where you can stay present and not in any fear, that even if you are in, which I know this is because it happens with me too, where you're in a house with your relatives and they're talking all that stuff and you're like, oh my God, tune them out and stay in your knowing. And I know it's not as easy to say that you can do that, because they're right up under your face with it every single fucking day in, day out. Fear, 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 fear. Okay, that's all it is. It's all fear-based. So remember that you are in your center of self-mastery, and you're the one that is creating that sacred alchemy and that power, just like oh my God, what was that character again with Dr. Strange. Okay, remember when his magic is when, and that was the vortex, and that's how you went into another dimension, or whatever, you allowed yourself to get sucked into that newer dimension. So stay in that dimensional place, stay in that place of consciousness, and that person is working through energies of past lives in where they were in fear because they were with you, or around the time of the plagues in ancient Kemet, or around the time of World War II. It could be any time frame of where there was deaths and transitions and plagues and feeling disempowered. You see what I'm saying? And just remember that we're here to work this magic, just like Moses did, or Akhenaten, or the names, every single character that we have been, we have embodied on earth, and we didn't have to fight. We didn't have to go to war. You know what I mean? We just walked on our merry way, but this time we're creating this kingdom and queendom of magic. Okay? Total magic. So anyway, so that's what I wanted to share with you all in terms of health wise, which the mental health, as well as the emotional health again. And what I'm going to do before I go into, if anyone has any question or anything that you've heard me talk about that you want me to just go deeper into it, or any general question, feel free to ask that. If anyone would like to have a private session with me, you can go to my website, www.thereturnofthegardenofeden.com. I also, at some point, I don't know when, I'm going to offer, which I've been wanting to do for a very long time, for those who really would love to have like a private connection with me, like a group of 10 to 20. I'll keep it at least 20. Where I can create, I will be creating like a Zoom class where I will offer channeled readings for you, as well as whatever's happening, because I know that I'm here to bring everything collectively, but I know that for those of us on the twin soul path, it's a bit different because we are working through energy between ourselves and another individual. So any of you who have ever had readings from me, you know I'm able to read both sides of the energy and also what's happening collectively when it comes to our paths. So even when I tune into the aspect of the divine masculine principle, there are some fears that are still pushing through. And a lot of it has to do with the fear of losing their divine feminine, the fear of what if something happens again, that separation cycle. There's also fear and working through the energy of money, because a lot of things have been built on that mental slavery. A lot of things have been built on how a family was created based on working hard for it, and not being able to have emotional balance and emotional intimacy with one another. So that's another reason why spirit create that space of many of us being indoors and reconnecting to ourselves and reconnecting to our families, reevaluating. There's a reevaluation happening. Like, does this feel right for me that I'm working all these hours, and is this really prospering me at all? Physically, like for some. And for some, it's like it's draining or it's too much and it doesn't feel right, because this energy that flows through the Christ consciousness, which I realize is more in a feminine space, it brings you into that space of such divine grace and love. And so the love itself is a feeling that the divine masculine cannot deny. And it's a feeling, when I say divine masculine, I'm bringing it into the space of the physical person now, okay? And also how you're feeling within you, because there's a difference in how we are connecting to the divine masculine, especially when if some of you have been at that place where you're not blaming and criticizing and judging how anyone has been, because you know that wherever they have been, it could have been what they were taught. What is the relationship that you have with the father energy, the father, your father, grandfather? Any males? Are you still in anger, pain? Do you feel dishonored? Do you feel like you're in a relationship, even though you're on the twin soul path, and you're still sticking it out? Right? You're still sticking it out, and you're still not honoring yourself because you know that that relationship is not serving the highest and best for you anymore. So your divine masculine is showing you, are you going to now choose yourself? Are you going to choose yourself? Are you going to choose your path? Are you going to choose him? It's like I heard like someone said, oh, I found someone else and I've let go of my twin. There is no letting go of your twin, because your twin is you. Your twin is always going to be you. It's like, oh, you're letting go of yourself because you're being with someone else. And I'm not saying I'm telling anyone who to be with. All I'm saying is be mindful of how you view and perceive your connection, because the connection is you. It is how you are connecting to yourself and where you place yourself in the greatest honor. Have you been able to reestablish and understand the connection you have to yourself? Because if the connection to yourself is based on another person or the next person, then there's still a disconnection to yourself. You see, because it still works in and out. So even if the person who's on the outside, that's your twin, if you're ignoring that person and saying, oh no, I don't want to look at that person because they're not doing what I'm expecting, or they're not really, on the same wavelength as me, that means that you're still disconnecting from yourself, because all aspects, the four again, of self is what? Mental, spiritual, emotional, etheric, and physical. So that's 5, okay? So it's all of it. It's nothing's left out, because if you leave anything out, what happens is something starts to fragment, something starts to descend. So parts of you is like, yeah, I believe it, but no, because they're not. So, and then the fear comes up, oh, maybe maybe they're not my twin. Maybe it is someone else, or maybe, and that's where again, this has to do with where you look at yourself and you look at the other person, that you know what you know, that, are you looking for validation, or are you trusting your inner knowing and path? Okay, if there's a part of you to still identify and to understand the connection that you have to yourself and how it reflects and connects at the same time. It's so easy to look at it as linear, because you're looking at two sides of a spectrum of something that you look at physically, and then how you feel energetically. Because on the one hand, you could be having a dream and an astral visit from your twin, but then on the physical plane, it doesn't appear to look that way. But I tell you this, that it's still happening simultaneously, no matter how it looks. So I want to share something with you, because I'm being guided to share this with you also. I think I had said this in the last video, when I spoke about, no, not the last one. It was the other one, when I had a dream to do with Rondi. And this was when I said to him, what's going on with you? And then all of a sudden he came to me in a dream. So then the next time again, I said to him in, was it 2 days? I don't remember when. Time goes so fast. And all I said was, oh, when am I going to see you? When are you coming home? I just said it very innocently before I went to sleep. And so he came to me in the dream, and he didn't say any words. All he did was blow air on my neck and then kissed me on my neck. And that was good enough for me. There were no words spoken. So that showed me how I know the connection that I have to him outside and inside of me. Love knows no distance. Love does not need an explanation. Love does not have to make sense. Love cannot fit in a box. Love cannot conform to what society believes or perceives how we may feel that we want it to be. Love just is. It just is. And that's all I'm being guided to say. It just is. It's what feels right. And love knows no time, and love knows no distance. See? That's the power of love. That's the power of love. See? So so someone asked also, Stephen, you asked, what's going on with the sacral chakra and twins? Okay, I know one thing for sure with the sacral chakra and twins, not you personally, saying like the twins, you will definitely feel at peace with your connection to, definitely we're going through upgrades in the root chakra, because especially to do with what I spoke about earlier in the live, to do with your connection with money. So remember, we're rebuilding wealth. We're rebuilding our communities. We're redistributing wealth. Okay, because I cannot imagine how spirit is going to have us all come into a physical reunion and we have to be thinking about bills and struggling and all that shit. No, you got to leave work. Okay, bye, honey. Come back again, complain, whine, bitch. Got kids that are bitching, whining, and they're not free either. No, that's not what we're bringing here. This is a new timeline that we're creating. So that means that it's important where you're being guided to pay attention to where you're being led to, where you're recreating the wealth that you had before that's returning now, and you are supported by spirit. If it involves parts of the government, so be it. Don't push it away. Listen to the inner voice. If you may feel, no, I'm not interested, that's okay. Listen to the inner voice. You never know what piece of something you're taking with you to recreate the next level. So if it's the money you get from the stimulus, take it. And if you're being guided to invest in something or go another route, start your business, create your passion, move with your passion, okay? You do that, because being in that sacred union physical space that's recreating, that means that you are rebuilding your foundation of wealth. That means it involves money. If you have an issue with money and feeling that, oh, I'm spiritual, but I'm not supposed to have money. Oh, I'm spiritual and I'm a Christian and I'm supposed to be poor and I'm supposed to give it all away. Then there's something to work through energetically, balancing out how you feel about money, how you feel about receiving and receiving money. Are you open to receiving $10,000 or somebody dropping in your lap, or are you going to feel like you got to question it? You know what I mean? Or are you going to receive? Are you going to receive if someone calls you up and say, hey, there's something that I heard of, and then it'll bring you some wealth and da 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 da. And then are you gonna stop for a moment and say, Dad, I don't got no money for that? Or are you gonna say, oh, what is that? Oh, you know what? This must be perfect because it just happened to drop in my lap right now. That means that there's something happening that I'm being guided to that's going to bring me wealth in some form, even if it looks and sounds crazy, because it's important to listen with sacred ears to where you're being led to as you're recreating the foundation of abundance and wealth, that even if it comes from a source that is unknown, you've never tried it before. Maybe you tried it before and it failed. That was a different timeline. You're in a new timeline now. You're in a timeline of where this C virus broke everything apart. So therefore, anything that is coming in towards me, that I am in alignment of this new earth, the new foundation, the part of me that is creating from my root sacral chakra right here, okay? Because I started myself now from what ended from that old regimen. Parts of that old regimen might still be with me, that is creating the new foundation that is within me, that is also a part of my freedom. You see? So if you still have issues with money, how you feel about money, what is your relationship with money? Also, if it's something that is within your genealogy and family, that there's not enough money, this money doesn't grow on trees. Well, who told you can't afford that, or I can't get that, or this is not enough, or there's not enough to go around, lack and limitation consciousness? Work through the root of where that started from. It's important to bring in your own levels of abundance and what it means for you. Write it down if you have to. How do you identify with money? How do you feel about money? What is your relationship with money? That's a foundation, because if you feel that money is bad, money is evil, money is this and that, yes, the foundation of where it started from, but right now, how we perceive it and how we connect to it in what we exchange with, also that you don't have to have money also for everything, that there's some things that you're able to create without money. There are things that you're able to create from an energy of, I choose so and so, and I'm in gratitude for how spirit and the universe brings it towards me, and I let it go and I will allow it to unfold. Okay, that's another way of manifesting. That's another way of creating your abundance. So where are you in your abundance energy field? Abundance doesn't have to necessarily be tied to money. It could be an abundance of love. It could be abundance of food, that you can't afford to buy food right now, but all of a sudden you get a phone call, not because you're thinking about who it is, but you get a phone call and say, hey, I got some extra food and towels and toilet paper. I got this and this and that. I can come and bring some over for you because I don't have any space where I am. I got some extra. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. Recreate the foundation and the principles of where you are with money. And the reason why I'm glad Stephen asked that question, because coming into that union space means, again, that you're recreating the location where you're meant to be. You were guided to move from where you're at to another location, okay? Because it's serving its purpose for your union space with your twin. If you're guided to start something and you haven't, it could be videos that help people to move their bodies and dance and exercise. It could be something else that leads to meditation. It could be anything. You could also have said, hey, I always wanted to write my book now and get it out there to share this information. You could have gone through pains and things in the past, and you're assisting others now who are awakening, because everyone's awakening on different levels, and it's in a massive amount right now. So I'm saying only if you feel guided to. You're not overextending yourself, because there's always, again, that balance of within you, what is happening within your vortex, okay? Because the root is not only just the beginning, but it's also the foundation. What is your foundation, okay? That's very key, very important. So I just wanted to share that part with you on where that is for twin souls, because you're creating the timeline, you're recreating the timeline of that foundation between you and your beloved. Okay. And it's not a matter of who does more than the other. It's just following that inner voice to where you're being led. Okay. So let me see. I'm gonna go back up in the comments because I'm looking at it on the computer. It says it's so true. Okay. Yeah, sunbathing is good. Yeah. And even with the pollutants and stuff like that, again, I know that, of course, outside people and stuff like that have created, and that's why Mother Earth has been moving all those people who have created and not living consciously. People that throw stuff on the ground. When I thought about people that wear the gloves, and you put on the gloves and you're gonna throw the gloves on the ground instead of just putting it in the freaking garbage pail. I said kale, the garbage pail that's right there. And it's also about living and being conscious. And if you have an opportunity to walk on the ground and the grass, just there's spiritual praise and dance, do that. Give homage and gratitude to Mother Earth for what she's bringing for us. And that even if you feel like you're in an unknown zone of anything, that's okay too, because the energy in and of itself is sometimes where we don't know, and we don't have to know, you see. And it's a matter of trusting that even if you don't know what lies ahead, we are being taken care of. Okay. You've heard, and the clarion call has taken place. Means where you're placed, where you're being led to for your journey and your path. Okay. This is about the divine feminine stepping into her true power and essence. What the divine feminine represents, not only for you, but the parts of the divine feminine within you that has been dormant, that has been lying there and unawakened. Okay, that has been in fear, that has not been into her full potential and her full glory and her full honor. Find her within you and see what more she's to come out, because each one of us that give rise and resurrect her, it also resurrects him into him, her, coming into him, her full potential. Okay. All right, so I think I answered everybody's general question, and so I know some of you had channeled messages that you. Okay, so I'm gonna go into my email. If you have a channeled message you wanted to receive from me, please, if you can send me the questions to my email, thegardenofeden1111@gmail.com. So that way I cover that for you. And if you had sent me anything to PayPal, I don't know if anyone's there, or Cash App, just let me know. So that way I answer the question for you too as well. So, okay, let me see. Okay, so before I do that, because I love to shift the energy around me when I'm speaking, because oh, somebody just sent me a message. Bring back another old time Bob Marley song. Yes. I'll meet you at your house at 7:45. Ooh, ooh. Baby, baby. Ooh. I promise you we're gonna rock it, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby. And more than anything else is to stay in love. Na 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 na. Staying in love is one of the key components to what we are creating, okay? So see how you can bring love into your center, okay? That's right. All the music and everything that brings you into love. So happy we will be. Rock it, baby. Love is free. Hear what Bob Marley said? Rock together, baby, tonight. Rock together, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby, tonight. Baby, baby, don't you be late. Can you imagine being late for love? Such a quadrant. We're always on time. Love is always present. Baby, baby, got some faith. Rock it, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby, tonight. Rock it, baby, tonight. Tonight. Got together, baby, tonight. Tonight. And always remember, I'm hearing Spirit say, no matter every moment that you're feeling and thinking of what you're experiencing, the more you focus on love, being in love, acclimating that love, that real, true, deep heart feeling, you know, and that's the reason why Spirit created the beginning of that spark to come forth from your connections, to bring you back into remembering that, because it's almost like seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, seeing the eye on the prize, okay? And it's not based on reward and what you do to receive it. Is that, can you know that you have it already, even if it looks like you don't have it, because it's always been there. To come back into the space of remembering yourself and remembering that you had a time on earth where we were all in love and we were all in that full expression of this divine love. And that everything that came forth into creation was that we decided and chose to descend in consciousness, to forget ourselves so we can remember ourselves. And now we are back here again to come to that fuller expression and expansion of this love. Okay, so this is the next one. I'm gonna play the last one before I start answering those questions. Can you recognize love? When he comes or she comes and say, I want to love you. I want to love you. Every day and every night. We'll be together every day and every night. He or she is right there with you. You know that. We'll share the shelter. I remember one day when I was walking in the mall, and all of a sudden they were playing it. And I was like, oh my God, he's telling me he's here. I love it. Always, always in communication. Provide the bread. And see, is this love? Is this love? So you see, even if we were on an island somewhere, isn't that where most of you feel you want to be with your beloved? That's all that matters? That's right. I wanna know now. I've got to know now. I'm willing and able. Is you're opening yourself to receiving it. So I throw my cards on. This is who I am. Are you going to love me for who I am? That's what he says. I wanna love and treat you right. I wanna love you every day and every night. We'll be together with the roof right over our heads. You're welcome, sweetheart. Yes. Oh, jump my single bed. That means that if only me and him just catch up on the bed, you know, and the two are big. It don't matter, half of catch up body, you know. I'm still in love and I'm enjoying no matter what. See? That's it. That's what this is. And still, you're feeling and experiencing and knowing this is above and beyond your expectation. I want to know, yes I know now. Oh yes I Yes, I know. Yes, you know. I'm willing and able. You're willing. You're surrendering. So I throw my cards. This is who I am. Love me for who I am. I wanna love you. I wanna love and treat you. Love and treat you right. I wanna love you every day and every night. Not some nights, not some days, every day. All the time, 100%. Roof right over my head. We share the shelter of my single bed. We share the same room. Jah provide the bread. Jah provide the bread always. I'll never forget when I saw Jah on the license plate. Jah, Jah. All the different expressions of God, source, energy, prime creator, Jah. Everything or all things you think could be against you is for you. Okay? That's how it works. It works hand in hand together. We always use both sides of the polarity, okay? The battery, the positive and the negative to make things work, okay? So I said I was gonna do that music last, but I'm being guided one more side of the spectrum to things, to how we bring things into alignment through sound healing. And so I'm just gonna do like a little energy of sound, because sound in and of itself sends a vibration and it shifts and moves things just like music does, and moving the body. If you've been staying stuck in one place in thought and your physical body for a long time, you bring that balance within yourself by moving into doing something different, because it's a different element, it's a different energy, it's a different frequency. It doesn't mean that one is better than the other. It's just a matter of knowing when it's time to change it up, switch it up now, okay? If you drove in one direction, drive in the other direction. If you walked one way, walk the other way. That's what movement means and what shifting means, okay? For you, it shifts thoughts, it shifts everything, okay? At all times. One moment. Drink some water first before I do the next one. I'm drinking all of this. Yes, waiting in vain. Waiting in vain. No more waiting. Here with us now. So imagine doing sound healing and music at the same time. You know, that's how I am. You know, the kids will be like, how are you gonna be doing so much things all at once? Like, so that's the nature of my soul. I'll sing, dance, play music, have the TV on, TV watching me, plus entering data and also online at the same time. See? And it makes me feel good inside. See? So today is 4. Kitchen poki number 4. Namambabe. Teto kumbe damba. Shela lambeta kumbe de. Teacher number bete. Kumbo bube. Pela manda bate. Kumbe de. Chana mamba. Tete to. Tisha nele. Tino nena mam tete. Kumbe daraba. Isene de bete kotu shono bebe. Kindo de bene mambe de kumbe ba. Chuto kumbe da namba babo kumbe da namba bete. Mother, Father, God, we thank you for this moment, this hour, this time of love and understanding and balance and freedom and wealth and prosperity, health and abundance. Thank you for all the people and those who are assisting those who are not well. Thank you for those on the front line. I thank you for everyone that is on their path and their purpose. Thank you for all the guidance and the wisdom and remembering what love is, as we are on two sides of the spectrum. We're on fear and love, and we're in gratitude for fear, as fear brings us back to love, as we did not know what love is until we also experience the other side of the spectrum of fear. We're on the other side of the spectrum where we didn't know, and now we know. Depela me de papa pana mata para pete que tu pitara patana batata pete de pete todo botu farapa. Shana ne mene kuni mena na bete te do kuni mena na me kisale ne ete do salamata chako tu sile me de kutu kunte pete tono butu superera. Sida na mada bakutu de da bakante pede kentu kuni da na bakanda. I'm even feeling something moving in my heart chakra. Papa shunde beda bapa kini beda. Chisana bete keno idara bate chedara te tituru du bidara bata pata kukumbi dara pata sana mokusi dara matete no. Shana na mene meke tone mene meke tone mene meke tone mene bata kumi mono kushane na baraba. I see a vast amount of leaves and flowers and trees and the abundance of earth. Chishana nabata shena bete keno ida baba. And we hold the highest vision and power and embodiment of this Christ consciousness in the feminine principle and the masculine principle. We thank you, Mother Father God, for the children of the earth and the new generation, the animals, the plants, the bees, and all species and all manners of your creation. We give honor and thanks. As everything that is shifting and recycling and moving into another vibration, as we ascend in consciousness and we are ascending in who we are and what we contain in our bodies, and as we're moving in this cycle of the new embodiment of this Christ, the new embodiment of this Christ on earth. Kusi sana mani chicken unida na makuina na matuina na mana barabala ma kude bela makani na bakani ama kisha na mapo kutunde da bakina na pokutita na bakana na kana na altene. Feeling energy moving right here in this region of my body, and I'm feeling it in my stomach region, and we're seeing things moving in our stomach region and an area, our womb center, our womb space. You should feel warm in your stomach, okay? Because it's like everything is moving in that space of love, and how we process and love what we eat and love who we become as what we eat. We become because we're transforming from one element of self to the other. We give thanks for everything that has left and comes back into who we are. That we remember what true love is, and that true love is just so letting go, and it's so open and free. Love is freedom. Love is blissfulness, joy. Love is healing. We know the power that we hold within us, healing within our bodies. I'm in gratitude for the sound that moves through every single cell of our bodies, our minds, and our souls as we are bringing clarity not only within ourselves, that every word that is spoken, every vibration that is felt, everything that moves through the elements and through this power is of divine love, and so it is. And just take a deep breath and blow it out. Yes. No coincidence. Oh, pirates, says they rabbi from the merchant ship. Yes. Oh, pirates, says they rabbi. So fine from the merchant ships. And we give thanks and praise. After they took I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hands of the Almighty. They mistook what fist meant, you know. Fist is power. Generation triumphantly, won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? Songs of freedom. It's all I ever have. Yes, it's redemption song. So not only are we redeeming our chips, see, redeeming all the chips, meaning that the karmic balance, what you receive, you give, what you give, you receive. Can free our minds, number ourselves. Fear for, have no fear for 5G and all the other stuff to come. See, because nothing can stop what is manifesting in this true reality, okay, of what we are receiving. Yes. Some say it's just a part of it, everything to be fulfilled. To fulfill the book, won't you help to sing, says, these songs of freedom, 'cause all I ever had, redemption song. I'm looking forward to hearing when each and every one of you or some of you say, Sharon, guess what? I got my free home. I got my free money. I got my free this and my free that. See? That's what we are receiving. Aligning with that. Receiving. If you're not used to it, start getting used to it. Okay? That's the abundance. That's the creation. We had to move everything else out the way. There's a reason they created that hip-hop song. You know, move, nigga, get out the way. But ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, because nothing can stop this ascension. Not at all. Long shall they, and all the prophets and kill them, can't kill all of it. That's right. Look, some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? That's all I ever had. And that's what I continue to hold, space. Redemption, the songs of freedom. That's right. Thankful for all the elements of the Aquarians and the Pisceans and the Sagittarians, the Taurusans, the Aries, the Geminis. That's right. I'm thankful for the Virgos, the ones that want to bring this into perfection. Thankful for the Cancers to help us balance our emotions and bringing back what the true family is. Gratitude. So I'm going to get now to the readings. I hope and I'm thankful that you enjoyed that. If anyone would like to have a private reading right now, I'm doing any channel message that you'd like to receive through PayPal or Venmo or Cash App, which is in the description box. And I will proceed. Now this is for Daisy. Empress Daisy, are you still on here? Are you still awake with me, darling? Where's my Empress Daisy? On her horse? Yes. Okay, so you'd like to get a healing message from your ancestors. Okay. Can you give me your grandmother's name, if I can get her name? So that way I'm tapped into her. Are you still here, Daisy? Daisy, darling. Okay, well, I'll do the best that I can so that way I see what I'm being guided to speak for you, to getting that message through from your grandmother. Okay, so when I feel into your grandmother, she carries like this, you know, like a vibration of someone on a farm. And when I say on a farm, like she just makes me feel like she's worked hard most of her life. And it feels like the struggle. So what I feel with your ancestors, they're saying they're working with you to help you to release the heaviness of the past and the burdens. So it feels like you carry the burdens. And I also feel like the burdens is tied to money. It's interesting because I was talking about money and what you felt like you've had to struggle with money, or how you connect money to your abundance. Okay. So it makes me feel like it's tied to this heaviness that's right into the lower part of the body. And it just makes me feel like when someone feels like they're dragging along and they're pulling a cart or pulling something heavy on their back. Okay. So what I'm being guided to tell you, coming through and flowing through from your ancestors, is to release that slavery energy or feeling that you have to work hard and that it's heavy and tight for you. Okay. And that's what I'm hearing. And that you can now choose to manifest your abundance that are ways that have not been known, stepping out of into an unknown zone. If it means that you have to cut ties from certain people in your family, they're telling me for you to do that, because it's like that creates that disconnect from that energy of the struggle that comes from your family. Okay, because I kind of feel like you're holding a responsibility for your family in the meantime while you're trying to create the new earth. And sometimes we have to totally disconnect from our families to create that new earth and set that foundation. Again, we're setting a new foundation. Many of you that have gone through, which includes you, Daisy, where you've probably had to go be on both sides of the world, in those the two dimensions of creation, which again, it doesn't mean that we're labeling it as wrong and right. It's just that now we're moving into the embodiment of light and feeling lighthearted, feeling lighter in our frequency, that we're in enjoyment. You're in enjoyment now with what you love to do or what you would love to do. So even like I'm feeling, what I'm being told to tell you is that whatever you've been doing before, it's time to do it differently. It's time to let go of the old ways of how you've been doing it, because it's almost like you are merging the old way of what you're creating, and then there's a part of you that wants to do something in a different way. And so, but it's time to let that go completely now. So that way the abundance flows through you, because you're in this newer timeline of a new way of how you're doing whatever you're doing, whatever you want to do differently. Okay. And it feels like it includes something to do with you either taking on a class or training or a different way of how you are, how do I say? It's almost like you're self-teaching yourself with something more in advance of what you want to take on. So that's what they're giving you the green light, your ancestors. Let go of all the family stuff that's attached to whatever is to come into your own abundance. Okay. And that is what's going to set you free. Okay. And then I feel like you're feeling lighter inside. It feels like a lot of this feeling light energies begins for you even greater by June. They're showing me the month of June. They're circling that on the calendar. It's like a midpoint, midway for you. Okay, so I guess she's went out, she's sleeping now or something, because I don't see any response. So that's okay. I'm going to make sure to message her that she comes back on. And okay, so the next person I'm going to go to is Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With silver bells and copper shells and wow, interesting that okay. Greetings, Emily. Greetings, Emily Wynn. I love that. Okay, so Mary, you said you'd like a channel reading during the live. Do you have a specific question you want to ask me too, Mary, just in case? So that way you get a fullness of it, because I can talk and talk. Just checking. Love. Yes. Oh, you had drifted back off. You had drifted off to sleep? How can you sleep at a time like this? No, I'm just kidding. But then how could you? No. I know you're probably up from in the morning, so I get it. That's the freedom of having older children, But they still give me talking. Yes, they do. But it's quiet now. Woo, so I had to do a lot of woo sign. Okay, so you're open to whatever spirit wants to tell you. Okay. Wow. What I'm hearing is like it's time for a timeout for you. Okay, so when I say timeout, they're making me feel like you've been in a lot of routine energy, like real deep routine energy, like clockwork. Oh, I got to do this by 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. So I'm hearing I even, so funny because a lot of times what happens when anyone is gonna connect with me in a couple hours or days, I'm always like picking up on something around, especially if I'm in communication. And I'm really feeling a lot. They're saying to come out of the box now, Mary. It's time to come out of the shell, time to come out of the box. It's like you're hiding. I was telling someone the other day, I don't even remember who it was because I talked to so much people. It's like the path with twins is like the Wizard of Oz. Okay, so I'm recommending you to watch the Wizard of Oz. Whether you watch the black version or the white version, doesn't matter. And I think about the Munchkin Land. When Glenda came and Dorothy felt bad because the Wicked Witch of the East was dead, and so when that happened, the Munchkins were told to come out. They were in hiding. They couldn't be themselves. So now's the time where we don't have to worry about all of the drawbacks, setbacks, hangings, throwing off of roofs and buildings and towers and all of these things in fear of retribution or stuff like that. Free to love, free to roam the earth, which we always were, but then we had to work through those energetic blocks. So they're telling me it's to come out of the routine and to come out of the box, like really come out of the box now. So if you can think of three things that you can do and be for yourself differently, okay? Meaning that you always wanted to do something, never had a chance to do it. And even if it might be something, I know many of us would think, oh, well, I can't do this because we can't go outside, or we can't do this. Again, stepping outside of the box. There are things that we can be creative. So it's like, be creative and get started with your passion, okay? And if you feel you don't know what your passion is, which I know you do, then go deeper with it and give yourself that time and space alone so you can start coming into that creative energy with it, okay? And come out of the comfort zone, connect more to others, because they're telling me like you're just locked in this box and this routine, and you have all these messages and stuff that's flowing with you as well, but where do you put it? Where do you place it? So it's time for you to be out there in some way. Like if you've been hiding now, like the Munchkins, it's time to come out, to bring yourself, come out wherever you are, come out of hiding. The dragon is not in the closet. The bear and and the lions, there, nothing is going to come after you because you are speaking your truth. That even like I'm feeling, there's some things I feel you've written or some things that you've expressed that you can put it out there publicly now. Yes. That's one of the bravest things you could ever do, is when you talk about and express love or express the feelings outwardly. You're not doing it for someone. You're doing it for you because it's been dormant within you for centuries, you see? And so that part of you that's hiding that divine feminine within you that's still trapped in the dungeon, it's like it's time to let her out, let her hair down, let it out of the tower. I think they show me Rumpelstiltskin. I love these children's stories. And she was locked in the tower and she didn't even know and remember what it was like to be in love. So when the young man came now, for her to experience love, what did she have to do? She had to let down her hair and she had to venture into such an unknown space to experience love. You see what I'm saying? Because there's always something within us, deep, deep down within us, that knows that love exists. Rapunzel, yeah. Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. See? And letting down your hair, it also means letting your guard down. It means also being at peace. And being at peace with no matter where you're at. And that if you are feeling uncomfortable, if you are feeling totally uncomfortable with anything at all, that's a good thing. Because it's through that uncomfortableness now that you're going to work through setting her free. Because you are not able to be as free as you would like to be in other lifetimes, okay? And everything that has ever come together for you, especially when you are at the workplace. It was a lot of us have gone through these cycles, especially on the twin soul path, and how we have related to people and people and people and people. You know, I think about that TikTok thing that's going around where you're dancing and all these people are there, you see. And oh, not so plain Jen, it's your birthday too. Oh my gosh, I forgot I need to sing happy birthday. Who was the other young lady at her birthday too? I didn't want to forget her. I hope you're still on. Let me know who else birthdays today 4-4, because that's a very special vibration that you're both bringing through, because it is your birthday, and it is also Kelly's birthday. Her birthday is 4-4, but she's already having 4-4 already in Australia, while we're 4-4 here in some parts of the States. So I want to sing happy birthday to this Not So Plain Jane. And who was the other young lady birthday? I want to get the name. If you could please type your name. Who was the other person birthdays today 4-4 as well? So to me, this is significant because Mary, it signifies that, you know, when I think of Aries and how interesting that is, two females' birthdays today, 4-4-3. Am I saying 3? And the energy and what's being fired up now is the divine feminine. And again, the vortex is the engine. I think of the engine like the airplane. Sweet dreams, Jennifer. And I think of the airplane, and the airplane itself is what gets started. Because if we don't get started and turn on the engine, just like an airplane, the airplane can't take off, you see? So for the airplane to take off, we have to rev up that engine. And I feel like a part of this is fears, and it's about releasing your fears, okay? Fears, letting go of your fears, moving through those fears, stepping into your full power, okay? As you come into your expression with who you are and your own connection to yourself and your own gifts, passion, power, love, that's what also ignites what comes together between you and your beloved, okay? Because it starts from the divine feminine. It starts from the divine feminine energy, okay? And then, of course, if you're in the female body, that is just as powerful as ever, because it's like your body is like this machine that is working through like a Terminator. It's like we're destroying and we're creating. We're destroying and creating, and we're protecting and we're giving birth, and we're recycling and giving birth at the same time. You see, but you have to do it. You have to take that step and release those fears. Okay, so that's the main message I'm hearing for you. Main message, very, very important. So, okay, so for the birthday girls, if anyone else would like to get a channeled message, please, you can send me an email, and you can send, the information is in the description box. If you'd like to get a channel message for yourself, or if you're on a twin soul path, I have the ability to read the energy between yourself and your divine masculine, or even if it's a dream that you have and you'd like to have an interpretation of that dream, I also do dream interpretations, okay? And you know what, I always talk and then I go off into one thing and then I forgot. I said I was talking about the fact that I wanted to hold a class to help if whether you're a divine masculine or divine feminine, to be able to have private connections with each other, because usually, like for me, I'm here to assist with the collective, and usually, like how I was reading for Mary, and whatever I read for her applied to someone else that's similarly going through that same experience. And so what it does, it helps us in the collective consciousness. So, but I know that being that this is out publicly, and I'm not saying that everything is to be aired out, because it's in stages. It's in stages that we go through the elements of letting go, and it's in stages that we're able to allow ourselves to be free in this expression. And it takes time, and plus we hold this as very sacred, which I am like the mother fucking hen with this journey. Anyone that I feel is disrespecting your path or even tries to disrespect mine, it is not happening. It's not that I'm experiencing it, but because I hold that space and embodiment within myself, so therefore it will not be disrespected. And therefore, as I speak about my path, that my main intention is that I know that I'm assisting another soul to have greater clarity and understanding, and to be able to apply wisdom for themselves with this path. Okay, so that is my purpose. So I will more likely, I will announce it in the community tab for when I put this together. So I'm counting on doing it this month, because I want you all to know, and I know most of you know that I process so much energy daily, like a lot. And it's like I'm balancing out so much stuff within myself, and I also have to honor myself at the same time. But I know that whenever I do come on here, that is my higher self that really pushes through. And my intention is that I am interested in hearing about so much of these unions coming together, because I know the greater picture of what it's bringing for Earth. And I'm grateful for the 1 and 2 that have contacted me, that they have come into their union. And I'm so grateful that I have honored my path and also had not stopped speaking or expressing the truth. Okay. And so I'm grateful, eternally grateful for this. Really, really am. So I'm going to go to the birthday girls. And so it's Not So Plain Jane. And who else? Who else is it? And Kelly. I don't know if Kelly is on. So Not So Plain Jane. And who's the other one? Birthday is it again? Mary, do you remember who else birthday it was again? It was in the beginning of the who was it again? Because I want to make sure I call out the names. Anybody remember who this was? Because even if she's not on, it's okay, because I'm connecting to her higher self, and that counts just as powerfully. Okay, you're looking for me. Thank you. Yeah, because when I scroll up, there's I don't see the name. Not So Plain Jane. When I think of Not So Plain Jane, I think about being on the horse. And Charlize had a very interesting dream this week that I recorded. Next time I'll play it, and it had to do with horses. So when I think of Not So Plain Jane, I think of horses. And when I think of horses, I think of freedom. So you found me a while back on the Peace Taylor. Oh, thank you. And I was on Mike's live earlier, and we're going to be starting back up the Celestial Talk, and that's going to be off the chain, because anytime I connect with anyone, it becomes very powerful. Yes, it does. And also, too, I'm glad that I remember this. I'm going to announce that I also will be coming on to do some lives with Paris, because if anyone who doesn't know, I'm doing the book, The Return of the Garden of Eden. It's an audio book. Eventually it'll come out. This is where the earth and the world is ready for steaks and potatoes. I use that analogy because, when you have steaks and potatoes and lobster and cuisines and stuff like that, that means that you're ready for, when you said you're dropping some divine wisdom and power and love and everything that comes through with the book. So being that the book in and of itself will be coming out in its own way, it has been decided by Spirit that it's going to flow through as a show. So it's going to be like an internet podcast. And so Paris and I are creating for this to be through YouTube live, and that we're working through to see how we can also get it through YouTube TV. But either way, we're getting support, supported by Spirit to at least start the beginning stage. So we're probably going to be doing like the first sample one or whatever, and I'm going to be doing it on the channel. If you know anyone that would be interested in being a part of this, because the show itself, when I say being a part of it, because eventually what we're going to do is that we're going to have this be a part of the community, that anyone who would be interested in sharing their journey, no matter where they are in it, because it's going to be just similarly to how I do my lives. You know, we talk about music, laughter, dancing, however, whichever way, because I just go with the flow. I have no script. I have no, I mean, the most that sometimes I'll do is take some notes here and there, but it's very impromptu. So I'm looking forward to it, and I'm excited. You couldn't find him? Couldn't find her. Okay, so gosh, I wish I had she must not be on again. So either way, I'll begin because I want to sing to and honor. I'm very much into celebration of life and birthdays. And when I think of birthdays, I know that it's been spoken that birthdays is like a death day, and the death day transition is the actual birthday, which is true. And I know that each cycle of our solar return, you've actually lived out your 33rd year. I believe the other young lady, she turned 40. I think it was 40, she said. So how interesting that she's 40, I believe, or she said 44. I don't remember. 40 and then not so plain Jane is 33. And I'm not going to expose Kelly's age because I don't know if she her age to be known. So I would just say that we're all 30 something, 30s, you know, because when you really transition, you know, when we acclimate these new bodies, you can be whatever age you choose to be. But I know that most souls, when they leave and transition, they you become young again. So this is about how we're transitioning to not only feel young and look young, but you are young, because I really know that if you choose to be, you're young at heart, and you become what you believe. So I don't refer to age as how old are you. I'm like more, I'm timeless, and how young am I? Okay. What do I represent? Because I can literally say, to be facetious, that I'm over 3,000 years young. Okay. Seriously. Because as far as I know, I didn't die. But for all intensive purposes, as far as the human perspective, we have incarnated and celebrated life every day because we've held all birthdays. But the one thing that I'm grateful for my mother is that we celebrated life, and we celebrated everything, and we celebrated birthdays. Okay. So whenever I know that there's someone's birthday, I'm going to sing for you. And the reason why I want to sing for you is because it brings on a level of excitement, and it raises your vibration. You see? And it also allows me to understand the connection that we have to each other, because this is the time, there's a window for you of where something is representing death for you and rebirth when it is your birthday. And you're starting a new cycle of wonder, magic, and amazement. So put your wish out here today, not so plain Jane, Kelly, and the other young lady. Put your wishes and your desires out there today, and believe and know in what you are receiving. And this is such a powerful day for you. And I'm in gratitude for you being on this live, and all this energy that is flowing with all of us here, 19 of us with 19 us. So someone please look up 1919, because I was seeing it about 10 minutes ago, and Spirit brought it back again. So 1919 is a powerful number. Someone can be kind enough to look it up while I'm speaking. I'm going to sing. I think of 1 and 9 is 10 and 10. And guess what? 10 and 10 is 20. And that's number 2. So that means that this represents number 2. Okay. And see, somebody dropped it down to 18. But either way, I was supposed to see the 1919. Okay. So here goes. Let me drink the water. And then I'm going to come on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. God is blessing you now. God is blessing you now. You are blessed with perfect love and abundance and all of the desires of your wonderful heart. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. millennial to you, and many, 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 many more. And to add to that, here goes. I never stop, you know. That's right. I always have something up my sleeve. Means creativity will change the world. I love it. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you for looking that up for us. Perfect. See, Spirit wanted us to know creativity 1919. And so this is, as the 3 females' birthdays, 4/4, is ushering the creativity on our abundance, our unions. See? Awesome. I love it. Your celebration. And I celebrate with you. And I'm in gratitude for the abundance and the love that flows through you. The element of water. Take that sea salt bath and flow with life and everything that you've heard today. Come back and listen to it again and again, what you heard today. Here it comes. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Woo. Don't hope. Know that your creativity flies open now. It is done. No hoping. Okay, hon? We know it is done on earth as it is in heaven. It's done. It's manifested. Yes. Oh, lovely. What a way to start your born day, a solar return, right? Here we back at 1919. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. And we're just going to do a little bit of this. Woo! Go, 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 go. It's your birthday. It's your feminine birthday. It's your birthday. So put your makeup on if you look sexy. I'm the chick with the hot fish, Manolo Blahnik, Jimmy Choo keeps killing it. Who you with? Me and my girls at the party with the diamonds and nighties. I'm the classy mommy with the Marilyn Monroe body. I'm that fly chick, plastic, Marc Jacobini. Get on fabulous, glamorous and effortless. Makeup like a Louis with my pastel Louis. Designer scarf, work on art, rockin' vintage boutique. In the tub, sipping on some bug daddy. I got what you need, a sexy little tub. Get your sexy on, girl. That's right. Give me a hug, a sexy little tub. You find me in the club, sipping on some bug daddy. I got what you need, a sexy little tub. Don't wanna be a girl, I ain't looking for no love. So come give me a hug, a sexy little tub. Yes, ma'am, a birthday mix. This is actually my 1990 playlist that I have the birthday mix in here. That means the divine feminine can create all of her desires. That's right. Raise her vibration. Yeah, got that drink on me too, girl. Give me love. Woo. Go, 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 Kelly. Not so plain, Jane. It's your birthday. It's your birthday. See, 2020 right now. We got 2020 going on. 20 lives and 20 people. Woo! Mama, I got what you need. You need to feel the buzz. I'm gonna have sex. I ain't gonna make it love. So go give me a hug. You ain't getting rough. You can find me in the club. Bottle full of bug. Mama, I got what you need. Can't find me in the club no more. But I saw it go. Go give me a hug. When I pull up out the front, you see the Benz on deck. Mr. 50 Cent. Show us some love. Show some love for Not So Plain Jane and Kelly and the young lady. Woo-hoo! Sometimes you gotta celebrate in the hood. That's right. All an expression. That's right. Sometimes you gotta play some trap music with this love. Be in the flow. Oh, I'm so glad you have a smile. This is who I am, honey bun. I'm always like this. Not always, really. Actually, sometimes I'm processing and shit. And I don't know when it's gonna ever end and shit, so I just go with that flow.
That you be happy I made it. I'm that cat by the bar, toasting to the good life. Moved out the hood, now you tryna pull me back, guy. My jaw get the bumping in the club, the sound I'm with my eyes.
So I think of another song that represents, for your birthday. Finding love again, you know what I'm saying? Yes. Woo! I don't give a rat's ass what they say about music, because this is power, baby. Woo! It's all about the intention. Woo! This is my 1990s R&B playlist. I got over 200 songs up in this jammy. Yes, 1990s is the best genre of hip-hop, rap, and reggae, and R&B. You talk about a music lover right here. Woo! Love I thought I couldn't find. Divine masculine finds the divine feminine first. We don't play the fool. We come to our senses and say, oh shit, I gotta work on myself.
Truck, truck, piece all glittered up. Stick a kid, make a what? Jig with a cut, shake that, spit it up. Hold right, get your nuts.
You sometimes girls like some bad boys. Sometimes they don't want to have a good boy. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with that. That's another side of the spectrum.
I'm the reason they made the dress code. They figure out what and why when I'm in my fresh clothes. Dressed as I suppose, from my neck to my toes. Neck full of gold, with gas in my rolls. Red shows,
we don't want no bad boy no more. We want a good boy and a bad boy. Let's have bad boys and bad girls and good girls, right? All in perspective.
Whether from the ex-friend, then the life all bends. Life begin, bring this BS to an end. Come on.
Bad boy. You make me feel so good. Bad boy. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could.
I know some of us are trading for that shit right now.
We be Kiki, shipping DP to the TV look 3D.
Make you feel so good. Aww.
With a Z3 Chrome BB. They wanna be me. Think they talk shit.
The
They
bar,
want
honey.
shit. Unfortunate.
I'll knock
They
it
don't
off
see
the
a fault
roof.
what I get. And those be the same ones broken while with. Just all the same talk to be accident. So why you daydream? Mama said he gleam. And I deal with hoes that pose and Maybelline. One time you had it all. I ain't mad at y'all. Now give me the catalog. I'll show you how that ball. 6 cars and powder, 5 big stars. Sit up CEO style, smoking on cigars, nigga. It's like y'all be talking funny. I don't understand language of people with short money.
Bad boy. You make me feel so good. Bad boy. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could. I wouldn't change you if I could.
Your mate's got the lady.
Yeah.
Do puff drive Mercedes.
Yeah.
Take hits from the 80s.
Yeah.
But do it sound so crazy?
Yeah.
With me personally, it's not personal. I do a work for.
Woo! This is a Montel Jordan. Let's get it on. 1990.
When I'm looking at you, I keep thinking, why can't she be like you? So I'm scheming, I can't go on like this. Believe that if her love is true. Oh, standing on the dance floor.
Yes, honey, celebrating your birthday for you. This is DJ Sharon in the house.
We might be together.
One time I had a Thanksgiving at my house. I was the cook, the DJ, the entertainer, everything in one. Everybody have a blast. And that's what we're here to create the party. That's right. Good tonight. And y'all remember when you want to be that candy girl.
It's that candy. It's like candy.
I can feel it when you walk, even when you talk, it takes over me.
Just like candy.
I wanna know, can you feel it too? Just like I do.
Ooh. This stuff is starting now. This stuff is starting, feeling. I always seem to get that wrong now. There's no mistaking. I clearly taken by the simple gift of you. This stuff is starting now. This stuff is starting now.
Yes, it
This
is.
stuff is starting now. Woo! My eyes roll in my head. I toss and turn in my bed. In the morning when I think about you.
Yes, I do.
Simply put, you're the reason why. Even though I will try to lie, I attempt to look my best for you.
Indeed, I do.
of the body. Return of the Mac. Put everything out there in your intention on this new solar return. Yes. Treat yourself to a birthday cake. That's right. Get you a nice little bubble bath stuff and soak in that tub and go for a walk and celebrate life. Yes. You love me. You love me. You love me. That's the healing of the divine masculine. Return of the man. 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 My days of watching MTV. 1990. Woo! You know what's up. Hey girl, what's up? What up? Say what, say what, say what? Say what, say what? Girl, you know what's up. Say what, say what? Girl, you know what's up. Say what?
Me and my niggas be rolling. You know me. First day of summer, all comes out in a bit. If the parking parlay, hope that you walk this way. You and your girl.
How we get our Mac Daddy going on is changing. Because we connecting from the soul. The soul is saying, what's up? Heart chakra opening. Yes. The rebirth of love. Woo. That pull. I'm digging you. I'm feeling you. You know what's up. Said I'm digging you. And I'm owning you. It is 3:33 right now. All is well. Everything is in copacetic order. Everything's in alignment. Mother, Father, Holy Spirit, Divine Christ. 3:33 a.m. Say what, say what, say what? Girl, you know what's up. Say what, say what? Ooh, girl, you know what's up. And I'm digging you. I'm feeling you. You know what's up. Said I'm digging you. And I'm feeling you. Woo. Here it comes.
So baby, tell me what's up. Can we ascend to higher heights and when the path gets rough, we can get into brighter nights. Breathe.
Thank you, Left Eye Lopez. My sister.
Passion's deep and filled with heat. Living this life on the hustle, I barely get enough time. You know me from the platinum, how I stack 'em and shine. You see a lot of contenders, they try to end up in my world. A reputation known as the untouchable girl. I'm moving on and now I'm trying to make a change in my ways. Be the best that I can be to last me all of my days. Now we can place pathways or just take our time. Better holler if you hear me, cause left eye gon' shine. My eyes don't lie, see how they glisten when you pass me by. You and I don't need permission to be unified. Surely I haven't seen and heard.
Unified.
Then I traveled around the world, see many places. Don't let another one get near me if you wanna be true and show me that nobody else can do better than you. So if you're serious and serious, see what you got. My love is furious cause I believe in blowing up spots.
Left Eye Lopez. Powerful sister. You know what's up. Energy never dies. It just transmutes. bring a little bit of 1990 reggae. Action time. Oh, she did a lover. Action.
Watch the time.
Stop playing with my mind.
Oh, I know in a joke when she will want the wine.
You call me on the
I
phone.
know about a talking angel come down.
And now I want you home.
I thought
Jackie tell me not lose no stone.
action. Sweet. Action. Sweet.
I need some action.
Tender satisfaction.
My chemistry is flowing. Can you cause a chain reaction? I need some action. Tender satisfaction. My chemistry is flowing. Can you cause a chain reaction?
She want a man to caress her up like so. And I make love to woman like a war them a go. They wanna fall in a agony and all about. Just hardcore loving man you must see.
That's right. That's the chain reaction of the divine feminine.
Sweet loving in the falling rain. Sweet loving a mix of hard brain.
Action.
Naga Bagabon.
Well, this is the song.
Well, this is the song of the wicked slam.
Slam make the girl and get crazy.
Beat him on.
Sing along. Loving is a thing where everybody won't get. Some can't perform, so they're getting upset. Woman, if you don't want your husband to stray, I feel the slam them to make the man stay. Cause I know if I don't know what now suppose. Woman, we know their position and pose. You think no matter about your money or your pride. Man, I don't want the wicked.
It's right.
It don't matter if you're rich now or you're poor. Cause every man want the best girl to bore. Then if I you can hold up your hand.
Hold up your hand.
Keep it slam. Baby, so from you know say you're sure.
Mission
And you
Cross
know
not
you
show
feel
you.
insecure. And you have your style and your pattern galore. And your man now to find a gal a put more. But on your boat a fly with your man from the floor. Walk with your man and we test the hardcore. Can you do the really top top in the top?
And the best one me love too. Big things are gone. That's right. Woo! Yes. Big things are gone for you, baby. Physically know your body ready. Big things are gone for you, baby. This is my 1990 reggae classic playlist. And you holding the energy and you let it out. Woo. Body. Look at me, I sweat. Woo. I'm processing my prosperousness. Baby, if physically know your body ready. Just give me dough. Just tell him dough, what do you want? Just tell him dough. And I dedicate this one to all the queens. Yes, baby love, this is my energy. Trust me. And if you're laying down, shut up. And if you remember from the movie best that she could ever be. That's right. Happy birthday! Woo! Happy birthday! When she moves, the earth moves. The thunders roar. The animals come towards her. All the bugs, everything is attracted to her light. Yes, we are. Remember the song said just one look, that's all it took? I think mothers look at the kids like, is you crazy? Sometimes you move slow, and sometimes you move fast. So girl, some berries, slow it down.
Oh, what a
Oh,
night.
what a night.
What a night, what a night. Oh gosh, what a night.
I feel good.
When you're wrapped up in my
Yes,
arms,
berries.
dancing to a reggae song.
Feel good, feel good.
I feel good, cause your perfume isn't loud.
Yes.
Only I can talk about.
He remembers you by your scent. He remembers you by your voice.
Feel like
He remembers how you feel.
over my skin.
He remembers you by your energy.
Your hair dances on the chin. Wish we were alone, baby. Just the two of us.
Woo!
Yes, every
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go.
Oh, oh.
Why?
Some more, you show me that love unconditionally.
Unconditional.
Make believe we're alone. Just you and me. Take the problems, leave them behind. Don't let it show.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. I feel good when you're wrapped up in my arms. Dancing to a reggae song. Reggae song, reggae music, you can feel so good inside, you know, man? Sure.
Feel good.
And not more than when you dance and rub it up, you know.
That only
Yeah.
I can talk about.
Creating fire and heat, chemistry, love, connecting.
What a vibe.
And you can still visualize it, no matter where you are. Yes.
What a night. What a night.
Woo! 3, 4, 5. Yes, secret Scorpio. It's not a secret no more because I see you. Look at the water just pouring out from my body. Look at it. And I'm not even wiping it off. The salt of the earth flowing through me.
So I leave it
Yes.
alone until you say, honey, time to go home. Oh,
Time to go home. Why?
Oh, show me love unconditionally. Make believe we're alone. Just you and me.
baby, go, baby, go, baby, go. Baby, go, baby, go. Sure, don't fight that feeling no more.
Give it to me.
Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, no. Easy does it. From deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight this feeling. It's been so nice. Champagne and candlelight. The way you hold me tight. Girl, I can't fight this feeling.
Oh, no.
Woman, you're nice.
Smile on your face is like your rise upon the high. Hold me down, wait to give you everything you like. Hold you from the day your Christmas sight. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Don't be afraid to break the rules. Want to better things, so take the little man be cool. I'm a lucky star, I can't believe I'm on the tool. And the man that's what you wanna do. So make them know say that me have the tool.
The way you make me feel, some deep down in my soul, I'm losing all control. Girl, I can't fight. And that's what happens when you let love go. You lose control, and it's okay. Let it be free. Release and be open.
Woman, you bring
And the
me
nicest, nicest.
Tell you what the place, rosy, I'll forget. Yes, I love the chasing, I say. No bother man can't come calling name.
Allow yourself to receive right in this region and center of the womb, the vortex, to receive your masculine, to receive your feminine passion. Dancing is on and fashion. Give me more, more. Hey, Miss Kisses.
I'm gonna grant you your wishes and you can bet on your 40
Clover. Tell me more.
Rain or fall, glass,
Rain or fall, breeze or blow. Mattia floor. Woo! Pull it up.
Just come on. Anyway, do the dance, yeah. Boss. I'm a fighting.
Cool up the vibes that you're playing. Can you play some more? Can you play some more? Bring in the inner child.
Lift it up, jack it up.
Woo!
Can you play some more? Can you play some more? We don't need dance hall, and when we woulda do reggae music style, you must answer to wind up, jump up. When you get sweet again, put your back and there is some man of me tell them to them. We don't need dance hall, when we woulda do reggae music style, you must answer to wind up.
I'm glad you enjoyed your party. If you can't come to the party comes to you because you are the co-creator. You desire to celebrate, and that's why you're receiving. You stayed on, you're receiving. Can you play some more? Never know what treat might come for you. When you connect to Sharon, she's like a box of chocolate, and she's sweet, and she's salty, and she's sour, but it's all love. I say, and so it is. Pure skanking. We have to skank it up. Move it faster. And I thank you for helping me to do my body movement for today also. Not so plain Jane. I love it. I'm going to play the last song for the morning because it is morning, and I would rather say not morning, but celebrating. Yes. Love is stronger. Love outweighs everything. Everything. Yes. But I can't keep you. Look at me, I sweat. I have tried. I still really, really love you. give to you is I feel you pushing out and giving birth to so much abundance, okay? So I just feel it just flowing so abundantly around you. See? That's what I feel. So just what I'm hearing is it's almost like, you know, like when the earth is having an earthquake and everything that has been beneath the surface is now coming up. Okay, so I feel like whatever has been deep within your solar plexus, it's all coming out and up, outwards. Okay, so even if there's 5 things or 10 things that you're manifesting, allow it to all happen all at once, because you know the divine feminine is not based on one part of herself. She's bringing all the tentacles, the spider, the caterpillar, the octopus. Okay, that's why mothers are able to handle with having all these children, because it all represents a part of ourselves. So Spirit is saying that it's okay for you to have everything that you're creating to happen all at once. Okay, because I just feel this freedom within you, and I also get this feeling of a divine masculine that is coming into play in a space of connectivity. Okay, and this connectivity is coming in as a surprise for you, and it's like it's just coming to this completion phase. Okay, so I don't know where you're at in your journey, but that's all I'm hearing to give you that guidance. Okay, because you do have it feels like a female that she's like handing you and putting the crown on top of your head. Okay, so she's coming towards you and she feels like a grandmother, she feels like an older female, and she's passing the crown back onto you, onto your head. So it's like you're being crowned, and this is what's coming in for your birthday. It's very significant this year and cycle that you're moving into with your birthday. Okay, and that's what I'm hearing. I'm also hearing and feeling, which I normally, now and then it depends, they're saying to play the numbers if you're able to. I don't even know, you know, if you're able to play the numbers, they're saying to play the numbers. Okay, but this is an older female and she feels like it's a connection to, it's like Indian, like I feel like Indian, Native American Indian, or Indian background. Okay, if your grandmother's Indian, or I see this Indian because she's showing me like braided hair, like I see braided hair, and there's this ancient energy that comes with her. And she's speaking like like I'm feeling connection to Swahili too as well. Okay, that's what I'm hearing. Okay, yeah, so that's she's showing me that her presence is there with you. She said she was just waiting for all the celebration, because she's saying they're celebrating with you. Okay, she's telling me that she's celebrating with you. So she's coming very strong around you. Very, very strong. Okay. She's saying not to hold back on speaking in ancient tongues, because she's saying that that's also going to be coming through very strong for you. And all a part of that is how you're connecting to your divine masculine. Okay. That's a Shakoti, because he recognizes your soul, your spirit through the ancient languages. Okay, so a lot of divine feminine, if you're feeling this, all whatever part of you that's flowing through from who you were in the past, let it continue to flow through who you are in the past. Let it come out, let it flow, because it is your interconnectivity, all the tentacles of who you are. You would think that the octopus has 8 tentacles, but we actually have a multiplication of 12, 24, 48, and it multiplies and multiplies. Okay, it's infinite. It's infinite. Okay, you're so welcome, honey. Okay, so Amy, you okay, so you want a channel message from your grandmother. Amy, do you have your grandmother's name by any chance I can get? That way I tap into greater with her. Okay, she's making me feel like she had an illness, like I'm feeling an illness around her, like she was sick or she wasn't feeling well. Hipolo kutiban to say to share talking the belampu. I get this feeling of her loving family or having a big family or always oh, I'm playing your favorite song. Oh yeah, well I guess that's flowing through from her to you. Can So I'm feeling for you to believe in love again, okay? To believe in love again, to believe in falling in love again. She's making me feel like there are times when you may have blocked the energy of connecting to someone, or if there is someone that's presently in your life that you block receiving love or receiving taking it being taken to the next level. Okay, so she's making me feel like in your family, a lot of the females have had issues with relationships with males, or relationships staying, or not feeling as honored or something like that. Okay, or this feeling of that abandonment, whether it was through death, but it's almost like almost every relationship never lasted, whether it's through your mother, your grandmother, your aunts, all the females. Okay, I also get a feeling coming from her of also feeling overburdened or overworked, and all of that, everything that she's done, it feels like sacrifice. I get this feeling of sacrifice coming from her, and she never got to experience love to the fullest. So does that resonate with you? Does it feel familiar to you in your family genealogy, that's what had happened? You know, do you have a sister? Is there a sister or someone who's like a sister to you that you're trying to help to resolve their relationship issues too, or someone who's close to you like a sister? Because it kind of feels a little similar in a way, and your grandmother's kind of guiding you to listen to your heart. So is your sister having relationship issues or issues with her love life or her love center? Okay, because they're kind of making me feel like you're the one that's bringing things back into an inner balance, okay, in the family genealogy and things that have happened in the past to do with relationships, family. Because your grandmother makes me feel like, oh, she played more of the traditional role of being, oh, it's more you. Okay, so she's making me feel like she was playing more of the traditional role of the female being in the kitchen and always taking care of kids and stuff like that. So it's like she really never had a true fulfilling love life. So part of that is where you are feeling the disconnect with yourself to do with your own connection. Okay, so whether or not if there is someone in your connection or someone you are connected to, it's for you to work through receiving or receiving even greater, or not limiting how you're receiving love. Okay, that's how it feels, because I get this feeling like you're the one that's rejecting it in a way. Okay, so am I making sense? Because I want to make sure I'm because we usually, if I'm doing readings and I'm talking to someone or whatever, that I'm hearing back, because I'm telling you what I'm seeing and feeling and hearing, so that way something is coming into balance for you, so that way you're able to move forward to the next step of your journey, okay, to what comes next. So so what I recommend, to buy her house from her 3 daughters. See what she says. I'm not getting a straight answer, but she's making me feel like it's creating conflict, or everything feels like it's all tied up or something like that. So if it's making you feel like it's too much, or too much conflict, or too much energy, then pull away from it, okay? Because it just feels like I'm feeling a lot of this going on in the background, and confusion, or it just feels like being caught up in a web, okay? That's how it feels. So, because usually in the spirit realm, it's not about if you make a choice because it's something that you want to please them. because it's more that you are the one that is having the experience and you're the one that's to make the choice. So she's making me like, she's quiet and she's making me feel like it's for you to make that choice and to follow your heart to what you feel would be the highest and best for you. So because it feels like you buying her house, it feels like it brings a downward feeling for you, and it makes me feel like you're feeling disempowered, and that it involves getting into more conflict. So I don't know if that makes sense for you. So if anything, I would wait and allow and see how things unfold. And if you're patient enough, I feel like things will just be handed over to you, because two of them are not going to want to be bothered anymore, and then it'll be the right time for you to step in. So try not to get involved in the drama mix. I think that's what you wrote. And well, even if they sell the house with your grandparents' energy in there, or it feels like the energy is presenting itself for that to happen, the key thing is sometimes even what we want to hold on to because we want to reserve the memories and stuff like that, sometimes doing that kind of blocks and hinders the next level that you're being taken for your journey. Okay, and it feels very familiar to me when it came to when my mother transitioned, when my aunt transitioned, and I know that, and my grandmother, it's like this, it's the memories that we want to have, but sometimes the memories of what we hold with our ancestors is the very same energy that needs to go. Okay, so I really feel like if you go deeper into it, to wanting to keep the house and wanting to be a part of holding on to it, I get this feeling that it'll just pull you down and it'll be draining. So I would just surrender for now with that. Okay, so I don't want to take away your own choice that you would like to make, but I'm just telling you the feeling I get around the energy is more drama. And I feel like the drama that's created is because that spirit, your higher self, is guiding you to practicing the art of letting go of the past. Okay, because there's times when they're saying that you don't let go of the past. So release and work through anything you feel that you want to still hold on to, because that also creates a block for you for everything else in your life that's ready to come in. Okay, so I hope that helps you. I'm thankful that it helps you raise it to another level. Okay, so, and the last thing your grandmother wants to convey for me to tell you is that for you to take care of yourself and start focusing on you now. Okay, because you've taken so much from everything that's going on with everyone else, and it's time for you to take care of yourself. And whoever it is that you're helping, if it's not your sister, there seems to be another female that you're giving a lot of attention to do with their relationship. If it's not your sister, it's another female, and it's like it's time to pull back and to focus back to you. Okay, so that's what I'm hearing, Amy. Okay, so you're welcome. Okay, Grateful Bee, if you want a channeled message, I have in the box in the description. You can either send it through PayPal or Cash App or Venmo, and then I can channel the message for you. You're welcome, Not So Plain. That's my birthday gift from me to you. So if the other young lady is back on, that it was her birthday, I can give you a channel message, but I need to get your name, whoever's birthday it was, but she's probably off to sleep. This is the time of the morning that I'm up at 4 o'clock. See, that's when everyone else is sleeping and I'm awake and I'm able to alchemize all the energy. So obviously I know that those who are still on here, which I'm amazed, that you're also alchemizing and processing through with me at the same time. So also your grandmother was Ghanaian. Oh, that's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. I'm expecting to see pictures of you bringing in the essence of your divine feminine goddess self. Yes. Okay, so was there anyone else that wanted a channeled message? Let me know. Let me know. or if anybody had one more question, they want to ask a general question that would apply to everyone else, I'd be more than happy to answer that question, because remember, this is all about not only just the mental and emotional realignment is what I want to healing, but it's the realignment. It also involves your physical self and what more you're taking in to your physical body as we are ascending to that next state and that next level of our resurrection. We're resurrecting that part of ourselves that has been dormant from all of the ancestral wounds and pain and sexual wounds as well, sexual traumas, money, finances, how we feel about money and our abundance and how we create our abundance, releasing and letting go of things of the past, physical things as well. Everything that you know, everything that you are aware of from the past is what has to let go. So if you find yourself losing things and you can't find it, just missing all of a sudden, that's because you're supposed to let it go. It certain things carry energy that doesn't serve that higher version of who you are in this present time. So if it has to go, it's because it's not in alignment anymore with where you are in energy with your physical body. So it might even be your cell phone. I've upgraded my cell phone, my iPod, my car, where I live, pots, plates, what else? There's some stuff that I've had, I just surrender and I said, okay, Spirit's gonna provide. Okay, this is gonna happen here. And so much stuff that I've upgraded throughout the years that I've been going through. Even clothes, the clothes that you had for over 2-3 years, give them away. Work through that while you're home. Anything that you know that you've had for a long time, you don't use it, it doesn't, let it go. Let it go. So, and that's it. Okay, lovely darlings. So thank you so much for being on here with me for 3 hours and 46 minutes and 25 seconds or more. But either way, you know, everything doing me takes a long time. When anybody says, oh, it's about an hour, yeah, right. Oh my gosh. When I said to Paris, I said, how long are we gonna have this show for? Because I said, an hour is not kicking it, This is okay, we're going to try to put, because she's from Australia, we're going to try to push it for an hour and a half and see what happens. So, but anyway, I'm looking forward to our new beginnings. And just look at it that every day is your birthday. Every day is a time that you make a choice to what you can give birth to for yourself, okay? Even if anyone else around you is not in the same frequency of wanting to celebrate because they want you to be sad or in fear, you get to choose, and we can understand and hold faith and prayers for those, but still remember that it's all in its divine purpose. And as we take ourselves through the next cycle of events, because there is another cycle of events that are coming that I have no idea what it is, because just like how I predicted and Spirit showed me that something was coming that was going to create a massive amount of awakenings. And so there's another layer to this. It's just like if you were hit with food poisoning, the part of that poisoning can start from something in your throat. Then by the time it reaches your stomach, then it has to work through the intestine. As it works through the intestine and works through the kidney and the liver. And then finally, as it works through another aspect of your colon, then it finally moves out of your ass. So everything has to come in, and that whatever it is that is not good for you anymore. If it used to be, I remember when my mom, she used to love avocado, and her body was going through alchemical changes and she could no longer eat avocado. And she was so persistent. She still went and ate it again, and she had a breakout. And that's because her body was changing to what was happening within her cells for when she was developing cancer. And so she had to give it up. And then finally, oh, Kelly's on, the birthday girl is on. And I'm just about to come off. You're gonna have to rewind because I sang for you and we danced and everything. So yay, Kelly's on. Happy birthday to Kelly. Happy born day to Kelly. And what she represents as a divine feminine and masculine. So there's 2 other divine feminines' birthday today also. And we were just dancing and celebrating. I've been on here for 3 hours, 49 minutes, and 11 seconds. So, excuse me, everything that's coming through for 444s, and one divine feminine turned 40, another one turned 33, and I did not disclose what lovely age that you became today. So at least what's wonderful about this is that I'm now in 4 where I am, and it is the hour of 4:12 a.m. on 444, while Kelly is ushering out her 444 date because she's 15 hours behind. I mean, what am I saying? Excuse me. She's 15 hours ahead, pardon me, in time. So but we're still connecting. You see how spirit moves this to happen? We're still connecting from the 2 cornerstones and 3 cornerstones of I don't know where not so plain Jane where you're located, but it'd be very interesting to know where you are located, because this is how we're setting up the grid. Everything you heard me talk about today, everything plays a part and a role to how this grid is coming into its alignment. And the birthday and the grid, the birthday grid, that in and of itself is a representation of how the grids are being set up. And we're all pillars of that energy that is templating in each part of the earth where we are. So obviously that's why I was supposed to do the live at the time that I did, usher in the 444 sequential codes of what is coming into that inner outer balance, where I am, where Kelly is, and where every one of us that have been on this live together here from all this time. So this balance itself of timing is what's flowing through at the hour of 4 a.m. You see? 4 a.m. where I am. Even as I'm talking to you, it's like I've perspired, belched, and coughed. Everything is coming through my body, in and out, and that's exactly what it is. So I don't remember where I left off before. I think I was talking about the thinking of the when we have something that poisons the body and what's expressing out. Everything is moving through in elements of the expression of ourselves, and what has to come out that doesn't serve its purpose anymore, and why we stay in that present moment energy of what we have to let go of. Like, I usually don't use the word have to, but if you know that it is time to let go of something, Spirit is going to do it for you if you're not. And this is why this is something. I was reading an article where these nurses put up all these pictures of all the other healthcare providers that have transitioned. And she said, this is something that's happening that you can't see it at all. It's invisible. So, but no matter what, we are aligning with what we can't see, and how Mother Earth and the Cosmic Mother is allowing us to exercise that spiritual muscle, okay? To bring forth the spiritual muscle, that spiritual energy that you connect to understand and know what's happening without having all the information. So that means that you know from a higher perspective, you know from a higher subconscious, because this is where you're tapping into the super consciousness, okay? This is the super consciousness energy. This is way above the subconscious and the conscious. And so the super consciousness part of you that you connect to and align to, which is another level that goes in another layer, that it's not even the fullness yet of your higher self, because the part of your higher self is even greater than the super consciousness, okay? Because it goes in increments. And so as you know the truth of where you are to be, what you are to take into your body, remember all of the stuff that I talk about. I heard to stay away from elderberry. From anyone who takes that, that's what I heard. So I was guided to say that. I apologize for those who left and I didn't get to mention that. And also, do not take Advil. If you need to take anything for fever and pain, take Tylenol, but not that. So like, as I hear something that Spirit tells me, I'm guided to do that. And that's why I'm sharing that with you. Because remember, each time as I was talking about my mom, that each time when something's happening alchemically with your body and how it's processing and how it's acclimating this new Christ consciousness, that means certain things are not going to be able to work well with your body. Some things might not work well with your spirit, meaning that you can feel and say, oh, I don't feel like eating this. Or I found myself like I would get potato salad and stuff like that, and I just never get to eat it. So somehow I was telling my beautician, Christine, I was like, it's so interesting how certain things that if I used to eat it a long time ago, like even if I try, it's like it just doesn't happen. Like something just changes it in another direction. I'm not thinking about it, but that is how much I know I'm aligned with my higher self, because I know that I'm protected, or that my higher self has been and continues to lead the way. You know what I mean? So you could be just walking and all of a sudden a thought will come into your mind. Hey, take this, do that instead, walk this way, don't go near that person. Oh, you can come near this other person, that you don't have to feel, if I go near that person, am I risking myself? No, it's not that, because it still has to do with where you are in consciousness. Where you are in consciousness makes a difference. And for me, I can't dumb down where I am in consciousness. You see? That's it. That's it. So anyway, I'm going to leave off from here because it's time for me to replenish my myself in terms of putting something in my body besides water, you know. And I wish I could say that that I feel tired, but that's not the case. I feel more energized than I've ever have in my whole entire reality. It's like truly I know how much I'm embodying heaven on earth within myself. So I'm in such gratitude for all of you. So I will leave you on this last song. So bear in mind, because I played all that music, you know, because guess what, me staying in my power, and I believe in celebrating life. And I believe, like, I think about, you know, when a child goes and does something and the parent says, don't do that, or if the government says, don't do that, and guess what, some of us will go and take a chance and sneak and say, well, I'm gonna do that shit, ain't nobody gonna stop me, you know. And we take a chance. So I take a chance and I still use wisdom, but I'm also in my power that whatever music is meant to stay on is gonna stay on, right? And if it comes out, it comes out. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I know that the messages are moving through me and through all of you, and we're all of us are gathered here together in this Christ consciousness. And so it is, because all the messages are flowing through me and coming back from you to me for what we give and receive with one another, because we're embodying all of it together in one unified field. So if you know anyone that will benefit from everything that you've heard from the beginning on up until now, please share this, because I know that many of us are now ready to not only speak the truth out to what is happening on the planet for us as twin souls, for us as light workers, star seeds, galactic, the alien, whatever. Here we are, okay? So, ooh, baby, I love you way. This is the gratitude that we're receiving from the divine masculine. I wanna give you. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I'm so glad that you came on. Woo! We were dancing up a storm. Yes. And celebrating. So your higher self was here with us before your physical self came on, all right? Your higher self said, get on the call now before Sharon come off. See? You were supposed to come on. To complete, look at that, even see him spit. To complete the cycle of what's happening. In your eyes, another way. Besides, silence in the sun. Wish I could find. You know, I don't know all the words, but it don't matter. Out of season. And no, hesitate, write it down. It's your love just won't wait. love just won't wait. Because guess what? Nothing can stop the love of this Christ. God got his energy that's flowing through us right now. Everything moving full steam ahead. I wanna be with your love, your ways. And I'm in gratitude for the divine feminine expressing her love. Expressing her love. Yes. True power. So just in case anybody goes back on the replay and you don't hear the sound because they probably deleted out, but don't let that stop you from hearing the message. Receive, receive, receive. That's feminine also, receiving and listening. Yes. This is our antennas. Baby, I love your ways. Thank you, lovelies. Thank you for joining me. I love you so much, and I'll be back again. Peace out.